Can muggles make potions? How exactly are spells invented? And how does owl magic work? Are some of the many questions and fan theories, foreshadowing you may have missed, massive Harry Potter inconsistencies and plot holes, behind the scenes stuff, early deleted content, and much more that we will be covering in this video. And if you don't know what an iceberg is, it's basically a list where the entries get stranger and weirder and more obscure and unknown and even dark in some cases, the further and further down the list and the further through this video that you go. So as always, grab a drink. My choice today is Gilly water with, of course, some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. It's candy floss. And join me as we explore the ultimate Harry Potter iceberg. Lumos. Much better. In tier 1, we have Bumbledore, which is simply a reference to the origin of Dumbledore's name, which is an Old English name for bumblebee, with Dumble being closely related to Bumble, and door meaning a buzzing insect in Old English. So J.K. Rowling said that she named Dumbledore this because she imagined him kind of being like a bumblebee, you know, floating around, buzzing through the hallways, just humming music to himself like buzz, and occasionally stinging students and causing allergic reactions. Well, maybe not that last part, but yeah, Dumbledore, very cool name. The Harry Potter games. Now, obviously, with this being the first tier of the iceberg, there are some Harry Potter games which I'm sure everybody knows, and I was personally a massive fan of them growing up. And there's also the more recent one, Hogwarts Legacy, which is an absolutely amazing game if you haven't played it already. It truly is, in my opinion, probably the best Harry Potter game ever made, at least a lot better than this. And Hogwarts Legacy 2 is coming out relatively soon, so I will absolutely lose a few 1,000 hours probably on that. But with some of these early Harry Potter games, like on the PS1 for example, the controls sucked, the gameplay sucked, the graphics were, I mean, you can judge them for yourself, and the logic in-game and story-wise was a bit off, honestly. But you know, they were classic games, and they had character and personalities, even if they were a bit wonky. Voldemort, Snape, Harry, and Dumbledore represent the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak, and also death. So this one is a theory that says that the main characters in the Deathly Hallows Tale, that being the 3 Peverell brothers and Death, that they are all represented by Voldemort, Snape, Harry, and Dumbledore. So just as a refresher, in this tale, written 200 years after the creation of the Deathly Hallows, a writer named Beedle the Bard writes of the origin of these amazing magical items. And he says that one night, these 3 Peverell brothers, they are just walking along, they come across a river, but because they are wizards, they decide to simply magic a bridge into existence, and this allows them to safely cross the river. And then Death himself appears, and he was so mad at these brothers because he said that most people that come to this river just end up dying, and so he gets to claim their souls as Death. So he said to the brothers that they basically cheated him of their souls, but he was also kind of impressed, so in order to reward them for their wit and their smarts, he promised to give each of them a magical item as a reward. The first brother was arrogant, combative, and so he asked for a wand so powerful that it would defeat all other wands. The second wished to humiliate Death by asking for an item that would bring people back from the dead, and so Death made for him this resurrection stone. And the third brother thought Death was being a little sneaky.
Pretty sneaky, Death.
And maybe trying to trick the brothers. And so he asked Death for an item that would shield him and hide him from Death. And so Death gave him his very own cloak, which ended up being the Invisibility Cloak. And when worn, this cloak would completely hide you from Death. And of course, Death was being actually very sneaky because he was mad that they didn't die the first time. And so with these magical items, the tale said, Death was basically trying to trick them into dying. So the wand, the Elder Wand, was powerful, yes, but because it was so powerful and it was desired by other wizards, this led to the first brother quite quickly being killed and his wand being stolen. The second brother tried to bring back a girl that he once loved from the dead, but she was basically like a shell of herself, kind of like a zombie, a cold, emotionless being, and so this completely broke his heart. He got extremely sad and depressed, and then just Avada Kedavra himself. So that's 2-0 to Death. And the third brother, after walking away from the bridge, Death couldn't see and couldn't find. That is, until eventually he took off his cloak, gave it to his son, and willingly walked with Death together away as old friends. And that is, of course, if you do believe the Beedle the Bard tale of it, because as Dumbledore notably thought, or rather said, he said, I think it more likely that the Peverell brothers were simply gifted, dangerous wizards who succeeded in creating those powerful objects. But if we go with the Deathly Hallows tale of their creation, then Voldemort would represent the first brother, being arrogant, obsessed with power, and eventually killed because of these reasons. Snape would represent the second brother, mourning and never being able to get over the lost love of his life, that being Lily Potter, and eventually dying because of this. And Harry would represent the third brother, not only because he was an actual descendant of Ignotus Peverell, and not just because the cloak was legally passed down through the ages all the way to Harry, but he also was a bit more humble and does, in the last film and book, walk willingly to death, being to Voldemort in the forest. Death, of course, would then be represented by Dumbledore. As he is older than the others, he seems to know more about what's going on, and he also speaks with Harry in that limbo sort of area scene, with them kind of seeming like old friends. So yeah, it's a very interesting theory, I think. There are a few weak links that don't really quite line up, but it is still very interesting to ponder on. Albus Severus Potter is, for those of you who don't know, Harry Potter's son, or one of his sons. And he has this kid later on in his life, and he names him after Dumbledore and Snape, naming Snape as the bravest man he ever knew. Which is probably true. Like, being a double or triple or quadruple agent, or however many layers you want to add to this spy work that Snape did, for Dumbledore and Voldemort being probably the two most powerful wizards in existence at that time. Yeah, that is some scary stuff, and it absolutely does take bravery. Was Snape a good guy? Kind of debatable, maybe not, probably not. But was he brave? I think absolutely. Wandless Magic. So, fun fact, wands in the Potterverse are not needed to perform magic. Yeah, pretty obvious, I know. Wingardium Levy subscriber and like the video. Or I will be Avada Kedisappointed. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. But historically, wands were invented in Europe, and they were invented in order to channel magic and to refine magic in those with natural magical abilities, so witches and wizards. And there's probably going to be a few crazy analogies here, but you can kind of think of wands as those little kind of barriers that you can put up while bowling, and the bowling balls would be your magical power. So the barriers do help you channel the magic where you want, the ball to go, and can help you knock down a few more pins. But if you don't have any bowling balls, just having a wand without any magic is not really going to do anything. They typically make magic easier to cast, easier to focus, or to target at a certain individual or a certain area, and they can also make the spell casting easier, allowing less skilled wizards to cast maybe more skilled spells. And so really the only people who can cast spells without wands and without words, which is even harder. But these tend to be more powerful wizards or witches and wizards who are used to casting without wands, as there are a few countries and schools around the world that don't necessarily even use or prioritize wands. And you have stuff like goblins, you have centaurs, you have house elves, and pretty much every creature that is not a human witch or wizard that doesn't use wands. But it seems like if you can use a wand, there's almost no reason not to. Like, even though Grindelwald and Dumbledore and Voldemort all can use, magic and spells without a wand and without saying anything, they always do tend to prefer using a wand, meaning that it probably just boosts the power of the spell, it boosts the accuracy, it reduces strain. There's almost always no reason not to use a wand. And of course there are all the times that witches and wizards used magic before wands were invented, so they just hocus pocus something into existence. No wands needed, just hand movements. And there is also all of the accidental magic that is performed, like for example Harry when he disappeared that glass in the snake's cage or enclosure. Is it a cage if it's just made of glass? And these tend to be, when children have these magical outbursts, they tend to be in moments of extreme emotion, be that anger or sadness or frustration, which is a very fascinating point to go further into, and we will cover that topic a little further down in the iceberg. Pottermore. It's a website where you can buy all of the official merch. It also has news updates for Harry Potter. It has quizzes, extra info, canon replies to questions and theories, etc., written by J.K. Rowling herself. And it's basically been evolving over the years from Pottermore to Wizarding World to now it's just called harrypotter.com. But yeah, if you ever want extra Harry Potter information, head over there and check it out. Or, you can just watch the rest of this video. JKR regrets Ron and Hermione relationship. So, as you all might know, at the end of the Harry Potter series, Harry gets with Ginny, Ron's sister, and Ron falls deeply in love with Hermione. They get married, they start a family together, they have kids, except J.K. Rowling later said that she regretted pairing the two off. And she said she paired Ron with Hermione more out of wish fulfillment rather than story logic. Like she said at the start, it was like, yeah, these two were gonna fight over the years, and then they were gonna fall in love, and it was, that's kind of what she had in mind. But she said as she was building up to this, it made less and less sense for her in her mind. But she still obviously went with what she had originally planned, but did say that if she could rewrite the whole thing over, that Harry and Hermione might have made a more realistic couple. Ron Weasley almost killed off. Is exactly what it sounds like. So in an interview with J.K. Rowling in 2011, she admitted that partway through the series, she genuinely considered killing off Ron. She said she wasn't in a very happy place at the time, she wasn't in a good place, and she started thinking almost out of spite that she should polish off one of the main characters, and that main character was going to be Ron. She ultimately did decide against it, as she thought that, okay, at least the main trio should survive. She didn't want the books to turn too dark, I suppose. But then she ended up killing off Hedwig, so what the hell? Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville represent Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor. So this is a very interesting theory, and it's mostly headcanon, and each person, it seems to have a different take as to which character represents which house, but it is a very fun discussion to have nonetheless. And I think the most obvious basic connection would be Hermione represents Ravenclaw, which, big up the Ravenclaw gang, you know, wit beyond measure and all that jazz, which makes sense for Hermione. She's very smart, very intelligent, very knowledgeable, and obviously Ravenclaw is the best house. But I will try and be fair, so let me know what house you have been sorted into down in the comment section below. We can try and get a little house war going on. But for this theory, the rest of the houses and characters are a bit of a toss-up. People have placed Neville into Hufflepuff, for example, because he's hardworking, he's good-natured, his best subject is herbology, but also he could be a Gryffindor because, you know, bravery, courage, all that sort of stuff. Harry could also naturally be seen as representing Gryffindor. Obviously, he was placed into this house, he's very courageous and brave. Or perhaps Slytherin. Not Slytherin. Because he can speak Parseltongue, he's ambitious, cunning, resourceful, and finally there's Ron, who's a little dopey, honestly, but also lovable, loyal, down to earth, so Hufflepuff wouldn't be a bad choice. But he is also brave, courageous, etc., as seen by his chess game in the first movie. So Gryffindor for him would also be a good fit. So yeah, as I said, this is less a kind of cast in stone comparison or theory, but I also think it makes this more realistic. Because if you think about it, you have, say, like 40 to 100 kids per year, depending on what we see in the films and what J.K. Rowling has said. But it's around like 40 to 100 kids every year, and they need to be evenly distributed between the houses, otherwise that would be just completely unfair for the house points. And so let's say you get a year where you have 40 kids, and what if all 40 of these kids are like super obvious Gryffindors? Well, obviously you couldn't just put all 40 into Gryffindor, so you would need to find the 30 least Gryffindorian kids and sort them into the other houses, even though they might not represent those houses at all. Like, it seems like wishful thinking that you would get a complete even split and divide, which maybe that's what happened with Hermione. Like, maybe all the Ravenclaw slots were taken. I don't know. But it's also interesting to think that not every kid, or almost no kids, are 100% that house. So Harry Potter, for example, if we were looking at statistics, Harry Potter might be like 38% Gryffindor, 40% Slytherin, 12% Ravenclaw, and 10% Hufflepuff. So when the sorting hat is like trying to choose which house he's going into, naturally the Slytherin percentage is slightly higher, so maybe he defaults to that house. But by Harry verbalizing that he doesn't want to be put into Slytherin, maybe this bumps the Slytherin points down a little bit, and so you're left with the highest percentage being Gryffindor, which actually makes him less Slytherin-y or slithery. But yeah, the house system doesn't make the most sense, and it's very possible that each kid represents multiple houses in combination in different percentages to various degrees, and it does, I guess, kind of represent human personalities. Quidditch scoring makes no sense. So this isn't the first, and it won't be the last X thing in Harry Potter makes no sense entry in this video, because there are a lot of things that make no sense. But let's just for a moment talk about Quidditch. So Quidditch is played on a broomstick by 7 players, and there are some other rules, but the main ones I want to focus on are the scoring rules. So you get 10 points for each quaffle, which is this ball, thrown through any of these hoops. And the game never ends until the golden snitch, this little bugger here, that is very small and very fast. The game doesn't end until this is captured. And when they do capture it, then instantly the game ends and 150 points goes to whoever captured it. So realistically, the team who is losing, or at least losing by more than 150 points, realistically, they would never capture the snitch, because there's no point capturing it. You go from 0 points to 150, and the game then ends. There's no point doing that if the enemy team is currently at 200 points, because then they just instantly win the game. And so I know that some people say that there's like no strategy to this game, and someone even compared it to like two teams playing a game of football, but each of the team's captains is up in the stands playing like rock, paper, scissors, and whoever wins that game of rock, paper, scissors just wins the entire football game, which I did think was hilarious of an analogy, but there is a little more to Quidditch than that. Like in the early game, the snitch is then released up into the sky, and at that point in time, the only real thing that matters is the seeker, because there's no way either team are getting 15 goals in that period of time. So if the seeker can immediately seek out the snitch and capture it for his or her team, then they will likely just win the game on the spot. But with the analogy of the team captains up in the stands playing rock, paper, scissors, like Quidditch isn't that closed off of a game. You also have the chasers and the beaters who are able to basically attack the seekers and distract them, incapacitate them, and stop them from finding the snitch. And if your team for some reason happens to have like a really terrible seeker, but you have a great offense, you're able to score a lot of goals, then you could focus on that. You could focus on distracting and attacking the enemy seeker and just score so many goals that the enemy team is so far behind. You know, if you get up to like 500 points ahead of your opponent, say, then it's very unlikely that they will win. So yes, I do admit it is a very strange game, but it's also, when you think about it, a lot deeper and a little more competitive rules and strategy-wise than I think a lot of people give it credit for. Arthur Weasley almost killed off was something that J.K. Rowling actually considered doing, and it likely would have happened when he was attacked by Nagini, but she ultimately decided not to do it because she thought that Arthur's death would completely break the character of Ron, and she said she, and especially the trio of characters in the story, that they needed like the positivity and the wholesomeness, etc. of Ron as a character in order to keep them going, more or less. And she said that if she killed off Arthur, then Ron just wouldn't be the same, and then this would discourage Harry and Hermione. And so she thought, yeah, in order to keep their spirits a little bit higher and to not make the story too dark, she also decided to not kill off Arthur Weasley. Film Peeves. So Peeves, for those of you who haven't read the books, is an absolute menace. He is a ghost in Hogwarts, in the books, who just flies around mocking everyone, knocking things over, trolling people in just the most pure, chaotic, neutral way. Like, for example, he once spotted Harry out and about at night, and he alerted the entire castle of this. And then when Filch came by and he asked where Harry Potter had went, Peeves just refused to say, and he just floated away. Like, he's not necessarily bad or evil or even kind or nice. He's just pure annoyance and chaos and mayhem. And even though he was originally written into the film and actually had an actor cast for him and scenes that were filmed, they were in the edit eventually cut for the film, and the character just never appeared. So we didn't get him in the first Harry Potter, and so because of this we didn't get him in any future Harry Potters. And the reason for why he was cut was probably a mixture of runtime issues, with them deeming that Peeves was probably not important enough to the story to justify taking up all of these extra minutes, as well probably as for a few other reasons. They didn't want to cloud it up with too many characters. But the guy who played this role and who filmed all of his parts, comedian Rick Mayall, didn't actually know that he was cut until about a month after everything filmed, which it's a nice surprise. Dementors symbolize depression. So this one isn't just a fan theory, but Dementors themselves were intentionally created by J.K. Rowling to represent deep depression, something she herself went through after the death of her mother and while living as a struggling writer. And she said that she wanted to reflect that sort of mental darkness, with the Dementors being just an absolute absence of joy, hope, cheer, happiness. And she said the feeling of being attacked by a Dementor also represented that kind of hollow, suffocating feeling where you feel like your life is just being just drained out of you. And so the only things in the Harry Potter universe that can counter Dementors are, of course, the Patronus spell, representing pureness, joy, happiness, innocence, etc. And, of course, chocolate, which is used to treat encounters with Dementors, like, for example, when Lupin gave Harry some after his encounter with the Dementor on the train. So you've got to love some strong, dark, 90% chocolate. None of this milk chocolate stuff. And I guess if you want to start a chocolate war, let me know your favorite chocolate, dark, milk, or white in the comment section down below. Fred and George hit Voldemort in the face with snowballs. So this is an absolutely great one, and it's the perfect entry to end off Tier 1. But in the first book, there is this passage, which I'll read it out to you so you can see just how hilarious of an implication this is. But it says that Christmas was coming. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts woke to find itself covered in several feet of snow. The lake froze solid, and the Weasley twins were punished for bewitching several snowballs so that they followed Quirrell around, bouncing off the back of his turban. And of course, who was currently living at the time in the back of Quirrell's turban? Why, it's our old friend, Lord Voldemort. So he was just chilling there behind the turban, just getting smacked with snowballs, and it's just absolutely amazing to imagine. And let's just try something real quick. So we will magic up a little mirror of Erised on the screen, and let me know what you see in the mirror in the comment section below. Tier 2, Ron is a time-traveling Dumbledore. So this is honestly one of my favorite fan theories, which does, I think, have a lot of evidence for. Now, is it enough evidence to move it from like wishful headcanon into the land of very likely Harry Potter reality? Well, I'll let you decide that one. But the idea of this theory is that Ron lives his normal, usual life. You know, he goes through Hogwarts, he marries Hermione, he has kids and starts a family. And then at some point in the future, discovers how to do like long-term time travel and ends up going back in time, changing his name to Dumbledore and living out and filling out the story and the prophecy and the life of Dumbledore that he once actually lived through in the role of Ron. Now, I know it does sound a little bit crazy, but in terms of evidence, firstly, Dumbledore's hair color before it turned white was described as being auburn, so he was a redhead too, it seems. Also, both characters have been described as being tall and lanky, as having long or big hands, and both characters love candy, they love sweets, and honestly, if you want to know about this theory in depth, there is a complete list of all the little things, all the details, all the similarities between them, which I will link down in the description below. But as for a few additional points about this theory, a few additional proofs in a way, or pieces of evidence. In the first film, there is the game of chess, where Ron plays both the knight and the king, with this theory saying that Ron is the knight, and then when he lives out his life and comes back to the past as Dumbledore, he is the king. And the fact that Dumbledore seems to know a lot of what's happening. He seems to know where the kids are at any point in time. He seems to know what they've already been up to, and almost, it seems, knows what's perhaps going to happen. Almost as if he's already lived through this timeline. And as I said, there are definitely some holes in this theory for sure, but if you want to dive a little more into it, as I said, I will leave a link down below. And it seems like he's almost already lived through this, and he may actually be Ron from the future. The Triwizard Tourney, air, fire, water, and earth. So originally Rowling said that she was planning like different stages of the tournament to be represented by each element, which she kind of ended up doing. You know, there was the water challenge in the Great Lake, the maze, which is kind of like an earth challenge, but then she said she couldn't really come up with 4 individual ones, so she ended up combining the fire and air challenges into just one challenge, which was with the dragons. And so we never got 4 distinct challenges, but only 3. The inspiration for the Potterverse. So this is one that I actually had a personal experience with, and a few years ago I actually went on a brief holiday to Edinburgh. And Edinburgh is a city in Scotland, and it is where J.K. Rowling came up with a lot of her story for Harry Potter, and a lot of the inspiration for places and place names and people names. But if you ever do go to Edinburgh, there is a very cool tour that they have set up, or there's actually multiple tours that you can choose from, but they will take you on this guided tour through Edinburgh, and they will point out, this is where J.K. Rowling used to sit and drink coffee while she wrote the story. This is where she got the inspiration for Hogwarts, for example. And while I was doing this tour, they actually assign everyone to a house, like seemingly completely at random, and I actually got this card, which I can't seem to find now, but I was sorted into Ravenclaw, which means it must just be fate. But just a few details from the tour that I can remember. There is this graveyard that you can visit called Greyfriars Kirkyard, which was, at least in part, inspiration for the graveyard in Harry Potter. And J.K. Rowling herself spent hours walking around this graveyard and actually got some of the names from the characters in the series from various gravestones. Like, for example, Tom Riddle, McGonagall, Moody, Black, Potter, Crookshanks, and right by the graveyard, behind this gate, there is a school that is divided up into 4 different houses. So lots of inspiration there. There's also several castles in Edinburgh, with a lot of the buildings, etc. in Edinburgh probably influencing the architecture from Hogwarts. And obviously Hogwarts itself in universe is located in Scotland, so not even too far from Edinburgh itself. But yeah, it is a fascinating tour to learn all these little details, and I would highly recommend it if you ever find yourself in Edinburgh. Hufflepuff is the stoner house. So I think this one is kind of self-explanatory, but I'm going to explain it anyway. And Hufflepuff canonically is definitely not a stoner house, but there are some quite interesting points that have been made by various people online. Like, for example, the name itself, Hufflepuff. That's a little bit suspicious, right? Puff puff. Also, the head of their house, Professor Sprout, teaches herbology. Once again, very suspicious. Their dorm room is located next to the kitchens, probably in order to help them deal with all of those late night munchies. And the students in general seem to be like a little more chill, a little more relaxed. They're often not as important to the story as some of the other houses are. And their house mascot is a bloody badger, which is so random that it seems like it was made up by perhaps someone who was stoned. They're in their house meeting and they're like, all right, what should the mascot be for this house? And they're like, bro, what if? Wait, hold on a second. Smokus Pocus. What if it was a badger? And then all the other stoned students were like, yeah, badger. And I mean, obviously this is a joke, but if you really think about it, it is quite an interesting point. And also check out the video linked down below for a fantastic short skit exploring this entry. I promise you, it is absolutely brilliant. Dust Dumbledore is a reference to the trap that Mad-Eye Moody set for Snape in the former headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. And while he did set some more defensive traps, perhaps, as well as a tongue-tying trap preventing Snape from speaking about where these headquarters were, there was one trap which some people found a little bit strange, a little bit useless, a little bit unusual, but the passage goes, gingerly, Harry took another step forward. Which, if it's gingerly, shouldn't that be Ron? But Harry took another step forward. Something shifted in the shadows at the end of the hall, and before any of them could say another word, a figure had risen up out of the carpet. Tall, dust-colored and terrible. Hermione screamed, and so did Mrs. Black. Her curtains flying open, the grey figure was gliding towards them faster and faster, its waist-length hair and beard streaming behind it, its face sunken, fleshless, with empty eye sockets. Horribly familiar, dreadfully altered, it raised a wasted arm pointing at Harry. And this basically flew towards them, exploded into dust, and it was an apparition of sorts of a dead, decayed, withered Dumbledore. Taunting, well, Harry, but it was meant for Snape. And so this is the part that's just kind of a little odd. You know, you have all of these actual traps being set up for Snape, and then you have this one, a dust version of Dumbledore, basically designed to, I guess, taunt Snape and or make him feel bad, you know, making him feel guilty for killing Dumbledore. And of course, nobody at this time knew that Snape basically mercy killed Dumbledore. But yeah, it just seemed like a kind of an underwhelming trap where a more dangerous, a more killy sort of trap might have been better suited. Unless, of course, stuff like psychological warfare on Snape is considered better, but I don't know. Snape is no longer a Parseltongue. Is a little known fact that since Harry being a Horcrux and having a piece of Voldemort inside of him is actually what gave him the ability to speak Parseltongue, that after Harry dies and then Voldemort dies again, that after all of this, Harry basically can no longer speak Parseltongue. And all of this was confirmed by J.K. Rowling. So if you are watching The Cursed Child and you say, nah, I will say to you, yeah, ha, and then maybe Avada Kedavra. J.K. Rowling's train ride. So way before Harry Potter existed, before it was even a concept in the mind of anyone, back 7 years before the first book was published, in the year 1990, J.K. Rowling was on a train ride from Manchester to King's Cross. And this train that she was on was stalled, it was delayed, and while she was on that train, she got the first spark in her mind, the first idea of this young boy who was a wizard, but didn't know that he was a wizard, and he had glasses and brown scraggly hair, and this is the first ever time that it came to her. And so she started to flesh out the story a little bit, flesh out the characters, and she said that by the time that she reached King's Cross, most of the story and the general idea of this entire series was already mapped out in her mind. And I know a lot of people say that she planned all of this like years in advance, which I don't honestly believe, because there are a bunch of inconsistencies with the story. But I think she had mapped out from this train ride stuff like, all right, it's a magical kid, maybe he's got 2 friends, goes to a magical school, it's a big castle with some old wizard in charge, and maybe she figured out, you know, Voldemort, that he was a big bad guy who perhaps died while trying to kill Potter. But either way, this train ride was essentially the birthplace of the Harry Potter universe. And she said that when she got off this train, that's kind of where she got the inspiration for all of the students having to catch the train, you know, the Hogwarts Express from platform 9 3/4, because she arrived in King's Cross, she saw the vision there, and the rest is history. And if you want a little meta-analysis of this, I suppose, you have J.K. Rowling arriving at King's Cross, and then as she leaves King's Cross for the first time, on her way home, she was traveling out to a world of magic and unknown and spells and mystery, exactly like the kids in her story who arrive at King's Cross and then leave King's Cross going towards magic. Lethifold is this freaking creature. Like, it is absolutely terrifying, but this is not mentioned in the books at all, and it is described in other canon material as being extremely rare, extremely dangerous, and is just like this black floating cloak sort of creature that sneaks up on people as they sleep, drains all of their life, and just refuses to elaborate. And mostly because of how similar these are to the Dementors, they are thought to perhaps be either the same species as a Dementor, or be some sort of precursor or postcursor for them. And fun fact, well, not fun, but highly terrifying and depressing fact, the earliest records we have for Dementors in the Harry Potter universe was from the 1400s, when a dark wizard named Echrisdus built the fortress of Azkaban. And he would basically chill in this fortress, and he would lure unsuspecting sailors. They would float by, he would eventually capture them, torture them to just unfathomable degrees, and then kill them. And it was just like the worst things you can imagine. And when Echrisdus died, the cloaking charm that he put on the fortress ended, and all of the other wizards and witches were able to now see this fortress along with all of the people he tortured. And as well as those people, there were suddenly these horrible, joy-sucking creatures floating around, all black cloaky, and they seemed to love this fortress. And these creatures, later named the Dementors, seemed practically immortal. There was no known way of killing them. And so that is why this fortress of Azkaban was eventually made into a prison. And while we're not entirely certain that Echrisdus consciously kind of made these Dementors, like it might have been this deep dark magic where he needed people to guard the fortress, and so he created these Dementors out of this horrible emotion, or whether it was just a pure accident, like Dementors spawned up due to so much torture going on in this area, or whether he had captured some Lethifolds, the creature from one of the previous entries, and did some weird sort of magic breeding or something, resulting in Dementors, or if these were actually just the demented ghosts of these poor sailors that he lured in and tortured. We're not entirely sure if any of these are correct, or if none of them are, as the origin of them is kind of a little bit murky. It's left open for debate. I will leave that up for you to decide. But one thing we do know is that they came from this fortress, and that they are absolutely horrible. Names. And oh boy, this will be a fun one. So J.K. Rowling absolutely loves names. And we obviously went over a few of these earlier in the video, or at least we went over one, that being Dumbledore. And there's also all of the names which J.K. Rowling picked up from the graveyard that we mentioned, that being Tom Riddle, McGonagall, Moody. But did you also know that J.K. Rowling named the Weasleys after the Weasel, which is this adorable little creature? And she said the name just sounded kind of right to her because of how the Weasleys are kind of looked down upon, almost like they're rodents, by the other pureblood families, and how they're also underestimated, and the Weasleys live in a burrow. Like, there's a lot of similarities here. And she said that a lot of people in Britain kind of look down on weasels, even though they are interesting, quirky, brave, little wholesome creatures, just like the Weasleys. Or they're not creatures, they're humans. And all of the Weasleys are also named after English royalty. So you have Arthur, obviously, from King Arthur, and then there's Bill, King William, there's Charles, Percy being Percival, which was one of King Arthur's knights, Fred and George, both names of kings and princes in British history, and Ginny being short for Ginevra or Guinevere in the King Arthur tales. And as long as we're talking about family naming conventions, the Blacks are mostly named after astral things. So stuff like stars and constellations, with Sirius being the most commonly known one, I guess, which is the brightest star in the sky. And it's also called the Dog Star on account of it being in the Canis Major constellation. And with him being basically a big wolf, like, yeah, that's a very subtle name. Bellatrix is a star in the Orion constellation and also means female warrior. So again, very fitting. Regulus Black is kind of an interesting one. It's a star from the Leo constellation, and this particular star is often referred to as the heart of the lion for very obvious reasons. And this could reflect his bravery in defying Voldemort and in stealing his locket, his Horcrux, at a time when really a lot of the pure blood family, the Black family, was in support of Lord Voldemort. Then, also in the Black family, you have Andromeda, who is named after the galaxy. You have Arcturus, a star in the Boots constellation, and Orion, obviously from the Orion constellation. Narcissa is kind of a special one, named after narcissism, or more specifically, named after Narcissus, which was this myth about this man who basically fell in love with his own reflection, reflecting her, narcissism and self-obsession, which is quite fitting for someone who married into the Malfoy family. Remus Lupin, which is a funny one. And honestly, who didn't see that coming the first time round? The twist of him being a werewolf. Like, Lupin is literally the Latin word for wolf, or actually lupus, but, it's close enough. And Remus is one of the brothers who allegedly founded Rome, that being Romulus and Remus, who were, according to legend, raised by a she-wolf. So yeah, also his father's name was Lyle, which also means wolf. And so Remus Lupin is basically called Wolf, and he is the son of Wolf, and his mother's maiden name is named Howl. So it's like, come on. This guy's entire family is just like wolf, which would make you think that he comes from like a family of werewolves or something. But no, his dad and his entire family actually hated werewolves. And because his dad was so vocal against werewolves, this caused Remus Lupin to be bitten by a werewolf at just 4 years old. Which, it's like your entire family name being like Cat Meow, and then your mum is called like Kitten Meow Meow, and your dad is called Panther Claws or something, and actually you're all fully human and you hate cats, but for some reason your entire family is just named after cats. We covered Dumbledore's last name, Dumbledore, already, but his first name, Albus, means basically white, like for example albino, albatross, which is quite fitting for Dumbledore the White, or Dumbledore the Grey. Dolores Umbridge, whose names all come to mean more or less like pain, suffering, sorrow, annoyance, which I think pretty handily sums up that individual, sums up her character. Pomona Sprout, being the herbology professor. She's named after Pomona, the Roman goddess of fruit and plants and stuff like that. And Sprout being, Sprout. Then we have Argus Filch being the caretaker, and this is quite interesting. He was named after Argus, the Greek mythological monster, who had 100 eyes, which is quite fitting for a caretaker who roams around the halls at night, constantly keeping a lookout for children. The Malfoys' names come from obviously mal in French, meaning bad, and foi, meaning faith, so bad faith. Mrs. Norris, the cat, was a teacher that J.K. Rowling knew in the Craig Lockhart Primary School, which was nearby to where she lived. And also the name Lockhart being a combination of lock and heart, because he's locking people's memories, he's charming people, he wants people to adore him. It's all very on the nose, but I think it does paint quite a good picture of all of these individual characters. Luna Lovegood, who is, a bit loopy, coming obviously from the idea that the moon or Luna will drive people insane. Voldemort, being Vol-de-Mort in French, or flight from death, is also quite fitting. Fenrir Greyback, which, again, this is just ridiculous, but Fenrir Greyback was the werewolf who actually bit Lupin and turned him into a werewolf. But Fenrir Greyback wasn't himself born a werewolf either. He was bitten as well at a young age and converted into a werewolf, but there's no indication that he ever changed his name. So he's named after, obviously, Fenrir, being the giant wolf in Norse mythology, and his last name being Greyback, which describes the grey fur all over his back. And again, as a reminder, he was named this as a kid before he was ever bitten. And there's probably almost certainly a bunch more that I am missing in this entry, so please do let me know down below if you know of any more, as I honestly love naming stuff and they are all very, very cool. The Curse of Nagini is actually two things. So firstly, it is the actual curse that Nagini, the giant snake woman, had, which we'll explain that in just a second, but also it was the name of this fake book, or rather this fake book name that was registered by Warner Bros. Before the release and reveal of the Deathly Hallows. And this was basically just a way to kind of obscure the actual title, just so people didn't know exactly what it was called. So if you just registered Deathly Hallows, everyone would know. But if you register like 20 book names all at the same time, then nobody really knows which is the real title. Some of the others were Harry Potter and the Grey Lady, Harry Potter and the Peveril Quest, Harry Potter and the Broken Wand, or the Elder Wand, or the Seventh Horcrux, or the Wand of Grindelwald, as well as a few more titles. Then we get into the Curse of Nagini herself, and Nagini, of course, being the giant snake that is super close with Voldemort, super faithful to him, also super deadly. And she, if you've only seen the original series, she was actually once a woman. We do see her in her human form in the second Fantastic Beasts film, and she was what's known as a maledictus, which is basically a blood curse that was passed from like mother to daughter. And initially it allows the person to transform at will to a random animal. In Nagini's case, obviously it being a giant snake, but eventually this blood curse forces the person into that form and doesn't ever allow them to transform, meaning that eventually whoever it is will be stuck in this animal form, with this obviously happening to Nagini. But she is stuck in this snake form. She then ends up meeting with Voldemort, likely somewhere in the forests of Albania, and then she gets to talking with Voldemort because she's a snake, and Voldemort can speak snake, so it seems like they get along fairly well. She becomes one of his most ardent supporters and companions, and then eventually becomes one of his Horcruxes, and then eventually gets her head chopped off by a super cool slow motion Neville Longbottom. But that is the Curse of Nagini. Voldemort pronunciation. So this is a pretty straightforward one, but Voldemort, obviously coming from the French, as we mentioned earlier, Voldemort, had originally planned for the name to be pronounced Voldemort with a silent T. But since you can't really hear pronunciations in the book, when she wrote this down and the books went out and then eventually the films came out, everyone just knew this as Voldemort. They pronounced it as Voldemort, and that became the normal way to pronounce his name. So J.K. Rowling now says that both types of these pronunciation are correct. She says she realizes that most people were introduced to Harry Potter via the films, and she said she's not bothered about people mispronouncing it, but that she still does have a soft spot for the classic original French style pronunciation. Other magical sports. So we all know and love Quidditch. Great magical sport with some very fair and balanced rules, but as well as Quidditch, there is also the banned sport of Create the Can, in which players would mount cauldrons on their heads and they would try and catch boulders and rocks inside of them while flying around on broomsticks, and this was very obviously banned due to it having such a high rate of death for the players, which I can absolutely believe. There's also Quad Pot, which is kind of like Quidditch, except it's played with 11 players a side, not 7, and you score by throwing a quad ball into a pot, and the ball also randomly explodes, and whoever is holding it when it explodes is kicked out of the game. So yeah, very dramatic. Then there are, naturally races done on broomstick, if you've ever played any of the Harry Potter games. Then there is this sport, which I don't even know how to pronounce, but this was played in Ireland, which is kind of like broomstick racing, where you had to carry a goat's gallbladder and fly through these high flaming barrels placed all around, and then in the end, after you've got through the last one, you have to throw the gallbladder into the final barrel, and whoever did this the fastest without catching fire themselves would be the winner. There was also a Russian version of Quidditch where you had to fly around on uprooted tree trunks as opposed to broomsticks. And there was snidget catching, with the golden snidget being the origin of the golden snitch. So they had to play Quidditch and then release this bird and then they would catch it. But due to them nearly hunting this bird to extinction, it became an endangered species and they replaced the bird with a magical snitch. Then there were a bunch of regular games and sports just made like magic forms, like for example magical chess, headless bowling, gobstones, magical marbles, magical polo. But yeah, none of these games are really ever like properly explored in the books and films, but there are more games in the magical world than just Quidditch. Spells, potions, or magical objects which should straight up be illegal. So this is kind of a vague topic, and we won't get into all the nitty-gritty of the particular spells and potions, etc. So everyone knows there are the 3 unforgivable curses, which they basically kill someone, torture someone, or just take full control over their body and mind. But for some reason, these are the only 3 unforgivable curses. And outside of the very obvious ones that should be unforgivable, like of course Snape's Sectum Sempra spell, but there's also the more regular, the less at first glance seemingly harmful ones that could, in theory, have insane real-world repercussions. Like, for example, transfiguration magic. You know, in the series, they turned a rat into a goblet or a cup, which obviously begs the question, does that cup now have sentience? Is it a rat that knows it's a rat but is stuck inside the unmoving body of a cup? Or is it now fully a cup, in which case you've just killed the rat? And you can imagine transfiguring an individual, say another human, into like a brick or something, and then they know they're a brick, they're conscious of being a brick, they're built into a wall, and they have to stay a part of a wall for like 1,000 years. Like, that seems like more torture than you could ever inflict with any of the killing curses. Then there's stuff like the Time Turner, or really anything to do with sort of time magic, and that is never really used in the series too much. But can you imagine if these got out, you had students using them all over the place, and then you had like 4 Harry Potters, 5 Hermiones, 16 Dumbledores just walking around at the same time. Then there's stuff like the Engorgio spell, which basically just takes something regular size or small, makes it a little bit bigger. But can you imagine casting this on, for example, someone's heart or any of their organs? Like, they would just explode from the inside out. Or you could do the same with something like the Accio spell, which brings whatever you Accio basically towards you. And that begs the question, what if you Accio'd someone's heart or their brain or their lungs? Like, wouldn't it just be like a Mortal Kombat sort of death? And then you get into the potions, like for example the Polyjuice potion, which, I mean, Barty Crouch Jr. was literally able to imitate Mad-Eyed Moody for like almost an entire school year. He fooled McGonagall, he fooled Dumbledore, and while they do kind of freak out about it in the Battle of the 7 Potters, you know, making sure that this one is the right Harry and there's no imposters around, if you think about it, this could really be done at any point in the series. Like, how do you know anytime you see Snape or anytime you see Hermione or Ron or whatever, how do you really know that they're not just someone else polyjuiced into them? Like, it seems it should make the entire wizarding world just hyper paranoid at all times. And you also have, for example, the Felix Felicis potion, which begs the question, how does that even work? How does something or someone become more lucky? And if it is just a blank kind of good luck charm on the individual, why are people not drinking this every single moment of every day, or especially when they're in danger? Like, you'd think every player would drink a dose of this before going into a Quidditch match, before taking any of their exams, before having a duel, before going into battle. I think the magic and the limitations are just a little unclear on all of these magical spells and potions and artifacts, but for sure, some of them at least should absolutely be illegal. Harrycrux corrupts the Dursleys. So this is a very interesting fan theory, and that is, since we know that Harry is in fact a Horcrux, he may in fact be corrupting those around him, just as we saw with one of the other Horcruxes being Slytherin's locket. And the locket itself kind of speaks to Ron's mind directly, if you remember from the last book in the series, and it says to him, "I have seen your dreams, Ronald Weasley, and I have seen your fears. All you desire is possible, but all that you dread is also possible. Least loved, always, by the mother who craved a daughter. Least loved now, by the girl who prefers your friend. Second best, always. Eternally overshadowed." Which of course causes Ron to run away and abandon Harry and Hermione. But what if Harry himself, being a Horcrux, basically corrupts the Dursleys, making them way worse and mean and cruel than they would naturally have been? And it should be noted that J.K. Rowling herself actually denied this theory, and she said that Harry being a Horcrux didn't have any negative effect on the Dursleys, like they're just that bad naturally. And it should also be noted that not all Horcruxes cause this kind of corrupting effect. So yeah, it's absolutely not a canon theory, but it is, I think, still a little fun nonetheless. It's all in Harry's head. Just one crazy theory after another. Now, I won't spend too long on this one because it has also been debunked by J.K. Rowling, and I think any reasonable person looking at this would understand that it would be quite a bad writing technique. You know, you go through the whole story and then it's like, and he woke up and it was all a dream. But this theory says that Harry was taken in by the Dursleys after his parents died, and that he was treated so badly with the Dursleys, and he had some sort of accident, maybe he fell down the stairs or something, and he went into a coma. And this entire series that we read about, that we watch on the screen, this all happens within Harry's head. Or another theory says that he's basically been driven mad by the Dursleys, and so he was admitted into a mental hospital, and him imagining Hogwarts is kind of the mental hospital, with all of the characters from it being various characters that he's staying with in this hospital. So Ron and Hermione would be fellow patients. Snape would be like the rude or dismissive orderly that kind of hates Harry for some reason. Dumbledore is the kind head of the asylum that likes to give the kids candy on occasion. And yeah, so it's, I would say, a decent headcanon theory. Like, not in the way of it being a actual legitimate theory that might exist, but it's just an interesting perspective, I guess. 62442. So in the Order of the Phoenix, when Arthur Weasley heads down to the Ministry of Magic, he goes into a telephone booth in London and he dials the number 62442, which spells out the word magic on a phone keyboard or keypad. This then, of course, grants him access into the Ministry, and this was, I guess, just a clever little Easter egg put in by J.K. Rowling, with the witches and wizards typing basically magic into the phone in order to enter the Ministry of Magic. The Seventh Horcrux is a fanfic that was written about Harry Potter, with the basic idea being that since a piece of Voldemort is within Harry, that Harry basically becomes Harry Mort. So you can imagine if Harry and Voldemort are not separate, but they are just like fused into one person. And so you have Harry's personality that we have all come to know and love, and it's basically fused with Voldemort's evil, which results in a Harry that is like more snarky, more charismatic, but also kind of tricks his friends. He's quite manipulative and evil. And in this fanfic, most of the other characters mostly kind of remain the same. Some are either toned up or down in their personality. But yeah, it's not exactly a serious fanfic, I wouldn't say, but it is absolutely fun to check out and give a little read. Mouse Hat is Well, just look at this. But this is the cover of the Italian copy, or Italian version, of the Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone book. And the illustrator admitted that she hadn't read the Harry Potter books at all. She was just told that Harry was this sort of magical kid who went to a school, faced these challenges, these magical tests, etc., and was allowed to bring an animal in with him, like, for example, a toad, owl, cat, rat, or mouse. And from this description, she came up with this cover. Harry playing chess on a huge chessboard with a giant mouse next to him, all while wearing a ridiculous mouse hat. J.K. Rowling herself said that she always loved this cover, just because of how strange and odd it is. Like, she said, why the giant rat head? Why the giant rat in a headscarf? And the illustrator said that she put the mouse in because it was Harry's pet and it was kind of cute. And she put the mouse hat in because she said in all of her illustration work that she does, she always puts these like random hats on people. And so she saw this perfect opportunity with Harry having a giant mouse to put a mouse hat on him. And honestly, I think it is one of my favorite book covers as well. Harry Potter and the School of Magic. So when Harry Potter was released in America, the publishers thought that American kids wouldn't know what the Philosopher's Stone was, because they said it might bring up images of like a boring philosopher, you know, ancient Greece sort of thing. And so famously, they changed the name of the book and the film in America to Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, as the term sorcerer was more widely known as like a wizard or a magical person. But another potential name considered for the American release was Harry Potter and the School of Magic, which honestly might have been a little too boring, a little too on the nose. Like, it may as well have been like Magic Boy and the Magic School, but I still always do prefer the original name. Harry Potter and the Leopard Walk Up to Dragon. Where do I even start on this one? But this was just one of the Chinese knockoff books that has come out over the years, and the original Chinese name for it has been so badly translated, you know, with it being translated into English as Harry Potter and the Leopard Walk Up to Dragon. But for this knockoff book, they basically took some existing Harry Potter books and they fused it together with some of the storyline from The Hobbit, and they mixed and matched different characters, different dialogues, and packaged it all up together as this written work. There are a few more others like this, like for example Harry Potter and the Psychic Serpent, which sounds kind of fun. But I must warn you, if you do go to check them out, they are technically copyright infringed, because these unknown authors in China basically stole a bunch of J.K. Rowling's work and then repackaged it, printed it off as their own. But yeah, if only Leopard Walks Up to Dragon was actually canon, I would love to see that film. The Chamber of Secrets post-credits scene. So in some versions of the Chamber of Secrets film, if you watch all the way to the end of the film, you will be rewarded with this little after credits scene. And it is of Gilderoy Lockhart looking kind of bewildered, confused, out of it, with the printing of his new book titled Who Am I? And this, of course, references him being obliviated, you know, when he tried to shoot the spell at Harry, and then it ended up backfiring, completely wiping his own memory. But yeah, this scene, I guess, is for those who wonder what happened to Lockhart after this, you know, after the official end of the film. And I guess for those who haven't read the books, now we know. Slughorn calling Ron Rupert. Slughorn uncorked one of the bottles of wine he had brought. "I have had it all tested for poison," he assured Harry, pouring most of the first bottle into one of Hagrid's bucket-sized mugs. "Had a house elf taste every bottle after what happened to your poor friend Rupert." And that was a quote from the Half-Blood Prince, where a drunk Professor Slughorn refers to Ron as Rupert in his drunken confusion, with Rupert, obviously being Rupert Grint, being the actor who played Ron. So this was just like a fun little Easter egg written in by J.K. Rowling, which a lot of people, myself included, just completely missed. A Muggle vs. Magic all-out war is, in my opinion, a very interesting discussion and debate to have, because there are honestly some fantastic points to be made for each side. Firstly, there's not a ton of evidence to suggest that something like this has really ever occurred, as before around the 1600s, muggles and mages, wizards, witches, they used to live somewhat together, until of course all of the persecution by muggles, forcing the witches and wizards to pass the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, which basically was a worldwide agreement by all magic peoples to hide from the muggles and to hide all evidence of magic, all demonstrations of magic, and this was, it is thought, to protect the magical world and people, which does raise the question of who would actually win in an all-out war. And firstly, if we're talking about numbers, the muggles outnumber the magic folk around 25,000 to 1, which is a large, very large population difference. So in the UK, where Harry Potter takes place, there are roughly kind of 70 million muggles, and so there would be around 2,500 to 3,000 witches and wizards, which is an absolutely huge difference right off the bat. And the pro-muggle side of this argument says that yes, wizards have these cool spells, like an unforgivable curse, which just instantly kills people, but muggles have that as well, and it's called a gun, and it has a much higher range, a much higher rate of fire. Muggles also have, for example, a sniper rifle, which has just a huge range compared to Wingardium Levy nonsense. And they have, of course, ICBMs, they have nukes, missiles, EMPs, chemical warfare, and you have to consider that most wizards aren't Dumbledore and Voldemort. You know, most wizards can just barely walk around and do kind of basic spells. But the pro-magic side says that, look, if you fire missiles at wizards, the more powerful ones will just stand at the front and just transfigure them all into kittens or something. The missiles will be Wingardium Leviosa, just right around like a boomerang straight towards the humans. Bullets will be turned to dust. And I think this is an important one. Witches and wizards wouldn't even really need to fight a head-to-head battle. They could polyjuice themselves into various human leaders, like for example the president or prime minister. They could incapacitate these leaders, they could polyjuice into them and just act as the president or prime minister, or the head of the army, for example. And they could do some, I think, insane spy work, some guerrilla warfare that humans would probably be very inequipped to handle. Then there are, of course, stuff like the hiding charms, like the Fidelius charm, in which they could just hide in, for example, Hogwarts, which currently does have a hiding charm in, and they could just chill there. Humans wouldn't even see Hogwarts for what it is. They would just think it's some rundown rubble place. And so the wizards and witches could just stay there without the humans even knowing they were there, without them targeting them. They could also unleash some of the many, many horrible, dark, magical creatures on the humans, or rather on the muggles, a lot of which can't even be attacked or killed with regular means. Like, you can't just shoot a Dementor with bullets, for example. And so I do genuinely think, after going through this argument, that the wizards would absolutely win a war against the muggles. But let me know your thoughts on this one, who you think would win, down in the comments below. Teletubbies symbols is honestly hilarious and somewhat mind-blowing. Like, is this just a coincidence? Is it divine inspiration? Is it blatant theft by J.K. Rowling? I will, as always, let you decide. But as you can see here, all of the symbols on top of the heads of the Teletubbies, they all line up perfectly with the Deathly Hallows, with even Lala's shape representing Harry Potter's scar. And honestly, I don't know how to feel about this one. Like, I am genuinely stunned. What? Why not just spam Avada Kedavra? So just a quick one here, but Avada Kedavra obviously just one-shots whoever it hits. And so you would wonder why, especially the bad guys in the series, don't just spam this spell over and over again, hitting as many people as they can, instead of messing around with like Expelliarmus and Accio, not that they would use Accio in battle, but why do they ever use any other spell when it comes to fighting? And I think a very good reason for that, at least a logical reason, is that this spell is actually really hard to cast effectively. Firstly, you need immense ability, you need magical skill, but you also need deliberate murderous intent towards that specific person in order for it to work. Just as fake Mad-Eyed Moody said in the Goblet of Fire, Avada Kedavra is a curse that needs a powerful bit of magic behind it. You could all get your wands out now and point them at me and say the words, and I doubt I'd get so much as a nosebleed. And so most people can't cast it. The ones that can cast it mostly don't want to, in that they don't have this pure murderous intent in their hearts at all times. And the ones that do have both, like for example the Death Eaters, would need to say the name Avada Kedavra, but they would also, for each cast of it, need to mentally kind of focus themselves on pure hatred, pure murder, and that's hard to do when you're in a battle, when you need to be casting defensively, you know, deflecting spells, doing counter curses, that sort of thing. And so it's like trying to solve a complex math equation, for example, as you're playing like a game of chess or a game of dodgeball where everything's just going crazy. Like, you just can't mentally get your head to that stage as you're doing something else so intense. And honestly, as a side note here, there are so many other spells that can literally just kill someone, like just like that, which we did cover a few of them earlier in the iceberg. And so I think all of that combined is generally why you don't see Avada Kedavra used just every single second in any of these battles. Lucius Malfoy kills Harry Potter. So this is just a really quick point that I wanted to make, where let's go all the way back to the second film, The Chamber of Secrets, and right at the end of it, Harry tricks Lucius Malfoy into giving Dobby a sock, and this inadvertently frees Dobby from the Malfoys. And then, in a completely appropriate response to this, Lucius just takes out his wand and starts casting Avada Kedavra, you know, the literal unforgivable death curse on a 12-year-old child, just for this little, like, sock prank outside of freaking Dumbledore's office in Hogwarts, likely one of the most powerful living wizards of all time. And then Dobby kind of interrupts this by, like, elf blasting him backwards, and then he just kind of brushes it off, walks away. But like, honestly, he was just about to casually murder a child for a prank. But actually, in the books, Lucius just makes like a motion to grab his wand to cast some spell. We don't really know what it was. And then Dobby does the, you know, blasting away. But in the films, Jason Isaacs, the guy who plays Lucius Malfoy, said that the script didn't specify any particular spell, and the actor at the time was reading through the Goblet of Fire, and so he said that this was the main dark spell that kind of came to his mind, and so he decided to just use this spell on Harry, and that is how we got this insane murderous scene, which is honestly just absolutely perfect. J.K. Rowling 1997 interview. So, as always with these, I will leave a link to it down below if you want to watch the thing in full. It's pretty interesting, it's only about 2 minutes long, but this was recorded in 1997 by Blue Peter, and they were interviewing J.K. Rowling about her new book, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, being of course the first book in the series. And this had at the time just been released only a few months earlier. It's an interesting view at such an old interview in the very, very super early days of the Harry Potter world, and if only they knew how big it would actually become. The Black family connects everything. So to finish off tier 2, let's just take a quick look at the Black family and honestly just how many of the well-known characters in the series are in some way related to each other through this one family. The most commonly known members of the Black family are of course Sirius, but also with Sirius being the cousin of sisters Bellatrix and Narcissa Malfoy, who of course married Lucius Malfoy and had a son Draco Malfoy, meaning that Draco is related to the Black family. So Draco's related to Sirius and to Bellatrix and to their other sister Andromeda, and Andromeda's daughter is Nymphadora Tonks. And so Tonks in the series is Bellatrix's and Narcissa's niece. Then there's Molly Weasley, who was born Molly Prowett, and her auntie Lucretia married into the Prowett family, with Lucretia being born Lucretia Black. So Molly's ancestor too was part of the Black family, which means by extension Ron, Fred, George, and all of the Weasley kids are related to the Black family. They're related to Sirius, they're related to Malfoy, and Harry Potter is connected to the Blacks through Doria Black from the early 1900s, who married Charles Potter. Then there are the Longbottoms, connected through their ancestor Salladora Longbottom, who was born Salladora Black, and so Neville is related to Ron, is related to Draco, and this list is honestly impressive when you look at the full family tree, with even the Crouchers, Barty Crouch Jr. and Sr., related to everyone, even being a cousin of Arthur Weasley. And so really, when you think about it, everyone is just one big happy family. Except for, interestingly enough, Voldemort and Dumbledore, who themselves are not really related to anyone else. House assignments are meaningless. So we briefly covered this earlier in that the sorting kids each year into these different houses, sorting them evenly into the houses, seems to be kind of a flawed goal and process. Like I did personally go to a school where we had separate houses and you were sorted into separate houses, but the houses didn't have like any, emotion behind them or any set of personality, like you belonged into a house. And we certainly didn't have a Slytherin sort of house where you were just doomed to be evil, more or less. But in the normal case, this can kind of work where you just randomly divide all the kids from each school year. You just divide them into these houses. But in Harry Potter, it seems to be based on personality, on your traits, etc. And so if you were to, I think, divide them best based on their traits, you would get uneven placements each year. But if you divided them evenly based on the numbers, then you might get some Slytherin kids who are sent into Gryffindor just to make the teams balanced. And also to add to that, the houses seem to be kind of self-fulfilling. Like people say, why do all Slytherin people become evil? And I know they don't all become evil. There are and were some good people that were in Slytherin, for example. But if we're being fully honest, most of them are just kind of wrong-uns. And that's the question, whether they were kind of evil when they went into Slytherin, and that's why they were placed into Slytherin, or whether being in Slytherin makes you evil. And honestly, when you look at it, I don't really think it helps their cause when you have the Slytherin dorms, for example, because their dorms are literally located in the dungeons, and they're all dark and moody and just straight up evil. I mean, honestly, just look at this place. Like, you compare the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor dorm rooms to the Slytherin ones. You also have Salazar Slytherin, evil, Voldemort, evil, Snape, basically evil. I mean, it can be argued that he is technically good, but he sounds evil, he looks evil, he dresses evil, just all black, no colors. And he's not exactly a cheery individual. There doesn't seem to be any, super fun, cheery, happy adults for the Slytherin kids to look up to if you're in Slytherin. And it just seems to me like any kid who is sorted into Slytherin is kind of being raised like Dexter. Like, yes, child, you are pure evil. That is who you are. You can never change that. And then Dexter is like, okay, thanks, fake dad. Like, Slytherins are just forced underground with no sunlight, just in these horrible dark dungeony sort of areas. And the Ravenclaws are in towers with sunshine and brightness and magicalness, and it's it's all lovely. And there's also that one time when Malfoy entered the dorm room and the password he gave was, I kid you not, it was pure blood. And then everyone is surprised, oh gosh, why are all these families and kids pushing pure blood supremacy? What's causing all of this extremism? I don't know, fake Gandalf. Maybe because you're forcing them into Slytherin and then forcing them to live in these dark underground dungeons with passwords literally pure blood to get into the dungeons. And honestly, this whole thing just seems like a disaster waiting to happen. And aside from that, we have the topic of house points, which is just so bloody unfair. And you must have seen all of the videos and memes by now of like, they go through the whole year, Slytherin is up by like 200 points. There's no way any of the other houses can even catch up to them. And then just as they're about to win the award, to win the cup, Dumbledore does like his best Columbo impression. And he's like, yep, okay, that's the end of the year. But just before we end it, just one more thing. And then he awards Harry like 100 points for having 5 letters in his name. He goes 200 points to Hermione for being a girl, 10,000 points to Ron for being ginger. And then he's like, oh, would you look at that? Gryffindor won. Again, just like every single year. And like, it seems so corrupt and biased. You have Hagrid, who is sorted into Gryffindor. Dumbledore, the head of the entire school, he was a Gryffindor. And so there's got to be some like house corruption and favoritism going on here, surely. But maybe it makes sense. I just can't seem to see it. Uncle Vernon's magic-killing sperm. So at some point in time, while writing out the story, especially the ending and the aftermath of the story, J.K. Rowling considered giving Dudley a child, and for this child to be a muggle-born wizard or witch, with Dudley actually showing up at platform 9 3/4 at the same time that Harry Potter and Ginny and Ron, etc. are sending off their kids to Hogwarts as well. But she decided to basically not include this in the story, as she said that she kind of decided that Vernon's strong muggle blood was basically enough to destroy any magical genes that flowed through him. So although there was witches and wizards on the Aunt Petunia side of the family, as she was obviously related to Lily Potter, on the Uncle Vernon side of the family, there is like no magic whatsoever. He's probably like the most pure blood muggle there is. And so she said that when the magical genes kind of came into contact with Uncle Vernon's genes, that no magic could survive that combination. J.K. Rowling's tree houses are exactly what they sound like, but she had these built outside of her Edinburgh property, and they honestly just look so cool. They cost apparently around £400,000 to build, and are elevated 2 stories tall. They have these awesome coned kind of castle-y roofs, and the interiors also look freaking amazing. Like, I feel like if she had just set these up on Airbnb and designed them to be like maybe of the different houses, you know, a Gryffindor treehouse, a Slytherin treehouse, but then the Slytherin treehouse wasn't up in the air, it was like down underground with no windows and like a wasp's nest in or something. I think that would quite accurately represent the Slytherin dorms, but that is her treehouses. Hoodie Voldemort refers to a scene from the Order of the Phoenix film where Harry is basically having like a crazy mental attack from essentially being part of Voldemort. And then there's this one scene where Voldemort's face/body are kind of like Harry's reflection, I guess representing Voldemort being a part of Harry. And there's this one particular clip in which Voldemort's head and body are in the reflection, but they are still wearing Harry's clothes. So it's like Voldemort, but he's wearing Harry's hoodie. So it just looks a little ridiculous when you freeze frame it. I can imagine Voldemort just like walking around the streets of London in a hoodie or something. But yeah, moving on. Durmstrang's location. So Durmstrang is one of the other famous wizarding schools, besides obviously Hogwarts and Beauxbaton. But there are also a bunch more schools all around the world, like Ilvermorny in Massachusetts. Every video, I make an alien video, there's Massachusetts. I make a mysteries video, or a World War I or a World War II video. Every video has Massachusetts in, even a Harry Potter one. But there's also Castelo Bruxo in Brazil, Koldovstoret in Russia, Mahutokoro in Japan, and Uagado in Uganda. And of course, Durmstrang in, well, we don't really know where. In universe, it's one of the most secretive, most closely guarded secret schools, just in terms of its location. But we do have a few clues which might help point us in a particular direction. Firstly, the founder of the school was a witch named Nerida Vulcanova, which she herself was from Bulgaria. So perhaps the school is in Bulgaria? Well, no. J.K. Rowling already confirmed that the school was somewhere in Scandinavia, which is basically this whole area. And there's also a school mentioned, obviously, in Russia, so they probably take most of the Russian students. So Durmstrang most likely takes in a bunch of Bulgarian students, obviously, like Viktor Krum, Swiss students like Grindelwald, as well as probably a bunch of Baltic students, maybe Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Scandinavian, Finnish students, Swedish, Denmarkish. I'm only kidding, it's Danish, but very likely students from all over various parts in Europe. They're described as being a school far in the north, as obviously they clearly wear fur hats, big kind of coats, so it's likely pretty cold in the school. And they have Cyrillic in their school symbol and flag, which could mean that the country itself uses Cyrillic, which would be more or less all of these countries here. Or it could be just that the founder was Bulgarian, and Bulgarians do use the Cyrillic alphabet, but it doesn't mean necessarily that the country where the school is currently located does currently use the Cyrillic alphabet. And it's all a little very confusing, if I'm honest. The double-headed eagle was the symbol of the Byzantine Empire, so there are theories that Nerida was from Bulgaria, but she was perhaps living in the Byzantine Empire at the time that it was founded, around the 1200s. And during the crusade attacking Byzantium, she fled north to perhaps escape prosecution or persecution, and she traveled up and up and up into the Balkans, kept going further until she finally founded the school, set it up as like a safe haven for witches and wizards to protect them against the Muggles in Europe. The double-headed eagle symbol was later adapted into various European kingdoms, with Russia being included in that. And so I guess this just further muddies where the school might be located. And it has also been described as having these vast lakes and mountains, which some people have theorized it to be located in somewhere like Svalbard, this awesome island up here. So like, yeah, it's cold, it's in the north, it's got lakes and mountains, except the Durmstrang students are said to swim in their local lake in the summer months. So perhaps Svalbard is a little too north for this. So then other theories are that it might be in northern Sweden perhaps, or somewhere like Kirovsk or Kaliningrad, or just somewhere else entirely. And funnily enough, J.K. Rowling has actually said that Hogwarts and the Japanese school of Mahutokoro are actually the two smallest schools of all of the major schools around the world, with the Ugandan school actually being the largest, which makes sense if it does serve, say, the entirety of Africa. But if Hogwarts is one of the smallest schools, I can only imagine the size and the greatness of all of the others, including Durmstrang. J.K. Rowling's old website. So this was a honestly super interesting and nostalgic website that J.K. Rowling used to run between around 2004 and 2012. And this was basically the precursor to the Wizarding World, to Pottermore. But on here you could find like Harry Potter trivia, you could find news about new book releases, also puzzles, tidbits of information, you could find canon written responses to various questions that people wrote in, and I will just scroll through a bunch of these questions and answers, so feel free to pause at any point in time just to read through them. And as I said, super nostalgic, super early internet sort of vibes. And while it is now shut down, you can access various forms of it, also like screenshots, etc. of it. And so yeah, check it out if you like. Mrs. Norris is secretly a person is a very interesting theory that popped up where, while we covered someone like Nagini, who, you know, had the Maledictus blood curse, where it slowly transforms you into an animal, with you eventually being permanently stuck in this animal form. We don't really cover many other types of these people in the series. And so one theory is that Mrs. Norris, the cat that accompanies Filch, is actually one of these Maledictuses, or Maledicti, and that she actually used to be fully human. And there are a few arguments for this one, with some of them being stronger than others, I would say. One, Filch seems to be very connected with her. He seems to be close with her, you know, he gets along with her, he seems to love her. And this could be just because she's a cat, and cats are lovely, but it could also be that he knew her, or perhaps even was married to her, etc., back when she was a human. Another piece of evidence is that her name, Mrs. Norris, sounds very human, and she seems to be a somewhat intelligent cat, perhaps with, you know, human intelligence or human instincts or emotions, as we see with Nagini. But also, there's the question of whether just regular bog-standard animals show up on the Marauders map. Because Scabbers as Peter Pettigrew showed up on the map, which is just a whole nother entry for a whole nother time. But he was a human in rat form, and so since Mrs. Norris also shows up on the map, it is thought that perhaps she could be or used to be human. J.K. Rowling did say that Mrs. Norris is just a cat, albeit a somewhat intelligent and grumpy cat, and so maybe this theory is just completely out the window, but it is definitely, at least in my headcanon. The Queen's handbag is honestly just amazing, and for those of you who haven't seen it, I will link it down in the description below as always, so go and check it out if you like. It is only around 3 minutes long, but this was this stage show sort of thing done in 2006 to celebrate the Queen's 80th birthday, and it included many popular figures, many popular shows, mainly British ones and mainly children's shows and characters, like for example Cruella de Vil, who was one of the villains on the show, but also Paddington Bear, the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. There was Horrid Henry, Peter Rabbit, Robin Hood, Angelina Ballerina, Peter Pan, Captain Hook, Thomas the Tank Engine, Postman Pat, the Friendly Giant, Mary Poppins, and of course Harry Potter. And the plot is very simple. The Queen is going to give a speech on her 80th birthday, but in order to read the speech, she needs her reading glasses, which are located in her handbag, and her handbag is currently missing or has been stolen, and so they're trying to basically retrieve the handbag. So the Harry Potter segment of this is only a few minutes long, and it was filmed during the filming of Goblet of Fire. And the Prime Minister of England basically sends a letter via owl over to Hogwarts saying, like, basically, can anyone with magic help us find this handbag? So they open up the letter, they read this. Ron says, wow, Voldemort's getting like pretty creative, sending us letters like this, pretending to be the Prime Minister, which I think is just an amazing thing to imagine. And it wouldn't be the craziest plot that Voldemort has had, you know, but I can imagine him sitting there with a little quill just writing out, hey, Harry Potter, can you help me find the Queen's handbag? And then he sends it away. And then when Harry Potter like touches the letter, it's like a portkey, and then it zoops him over to the graveyard for the sacrifice. But that is not what happened in this instance. They read the letter, Harry Potter tries to Accio the Queen's handbag, which then kind of makes these random handbags appear out of nowhere, which is not really how Accio works, but okay. But none of these handbags are the Queen's handbag. And so clever Hermione reasons that they are probably just too far away from the Queen, away from London, away from Buckingham Palace to Accio her specific handbag. And so they send back a letter to the Prime Minister of England. And there's just this whole exchange where Ron is like, what, the Minister? You mean the Minister of Magic? And then Hermione's like, no, the Prime Minister of England. And then Harry's like, what, the Muggle Prime Minister? Acting like he himself wasn't a, you know, suspected Muggle for like his entire life. Like, it's just all a little silly, but very, very fun. But they send this letter to the Prime Minister, and inside of it, they say that they've sent a one-time use spell in order to be used by non-wizard folk. And that if they all chant Accio at the same time, even though they're not witches or wizards, that this will activate the spell that they sent within the letter just as a one-time use, and it'll Accio the bag on stage, which it's not really how magic works in the Harry Potter universe, but they eventually do this. The day is saved thanks to Harry Potter, and it is just a fantastic part of British entertainment. Hermione is a self-insert. Is the somewhat supported theory, I would say, that the Hermione character represents J.K. Rowling in some form or another. You know, as this nerdy kind of know-it-all kid. And you can kind of get this from early interviews with J.K. Rowling, of her just being like a bit awkward and a bit kind of obsessed with the details. And maybe she wrote Hermione as like a cooler version of herself or something. But that also brings us to our next entry, real life Ron, which is the person who Ron was at least loosely based off. And this was J.K. Rowling's longtime close friend, Sean Harris, who she actually dedicated the second book, The Chamber of Secrets, to. And Rowling herself has said that Ron is not a one-to-one copy of Sean, but that his kind of general personality, his cadence, his jokes and comments, etc. were loosely based on her friend Sean. And I think that's pretty fascinating. What was Dumbledore's joke in the Goblet of Fire? So in the Goblet of Fire, during Dumbledore's welcome back speech, he starts telling this joke that he heard over the summer. And it's about a troll, a hag, and a leprechaun that all walk into a bar. And then he gets like cut off by McGonagall. And he's like, oh, yeah, okay, maybe that's a joke for another time. And we never really find out what that joke was. It seems to be probably somewhat of an inappropriate joke because he kind of hesitated telling it to kids. But please do let me know what you think the joke was, or at least your version of the joke, in the comments down below. Nobody fixed Harry's eyesight. So obviously, Harry is like Velma in that he can't see without his glasses. But this begs the question, why did no one fix Harry's eyesight? Hermione does obviously famously repair his glasses in the first film, but why not just repair his eyes so he doesn't need to wear glasses? Like, it seems like with all of the stuff that magic can do, you know, it can transfigure people, it can repair broken bones, it can even generate bones or remove them. You'd think that bending the lens of the eye from like this to like that, like, it's so subtle the amount that the eye needs to change in order to fix eyesight. You would think that magic would be able to do that, or at least bring Harry to like LASIK eye surgery or something in the Muggle world. Like, it seems weird for him always to be relying on glasses and for that never to have been fixed in the entire series. No first years knew what sorting ceremony was. So this one isn't entirely canon, and that is the question of why none of the first years in the Philosopher's Stone knew anything about the sorting ceremony. We know that Ron doesn't know, despite his entire family going to Hogwarts, and he even says that Fred and George told him about what happens, and they said that you need to fight a giant troll in order to get sorted into a house, which is obviously just a prank by the twins, but you would still think that at least someone else would have told them what actually happens. Like, none of his other siblings, none of his parents, or neither of his parents. Hermione doesn't seem to know, despite being like super well read on Hogwarts history, on all things magic. And do any of the other kids know? Does Draco know? Crabbe? Goyle, Seamus, Neville. And there are two kind of main theories for this, or kind of three theories. One is that a lot of the kids do know and were just never told about it. Another theory says that this is kind of like a Santa Claus thing, where parents and older people just choose not to tell the kids, just based on like tradition, and so that they can be kind of surprised and amazed themselves. And another theory says that this is a hidden secret, kind of like the Fidelius charm, where people are magically incapable of telling the children exactly what happens at this ceremony. And I'm not too sure which theory I would go for myself. Probably the secret Fidelius charm theory sounds good. I act like I'm ordering them off a menu or something. Yeah, I'll take two of these theories. Can I get a small Harry is a Death Eater theory? Just like on the side. But yeah, there's also the other obvious theory, the kind of fourth wall theory of it not really being explainable in universe, but just that J.K. Rowling wrote it that way so that the readers of the books, you know, if you're a kid, if you're reading the book for the first time, then you are kind of surprised and in awe of the ceremony, just like Harry Potter is. Because if she wrote it out completely realistically and had everyone just talking about the ceremony, then for the reader, it wouldn't be as much of a surprise. and it just wouldn't make for as good of an experience. Nobody stopped the Dursleys from abusing Harry. So this one has been brought up multiple times about why nobody in the wizarding world, not Hagrid, not McGonagall, not Dumbledore especially, why none of them stopped the Dursleys from mentally and in some cases physically bombarding Harry for like 10 years. And there are some theories for this. One theory is that this was kind of training Harry. Like Dumbledore knew that Harry wasn't in mortal danger from the Dursleys, and it was a way of kind of toughening him, of preparing him to be the boy who could defeat Voldemort, which honestly sounds like something Dumbledore would do if you consider the later books in the series. And I know what a lot of people might say, that he needed the blood magic to provide the protection for Harry, but that doesn't mean that the Dursleys couldn't have been forced to be like a little nicer. Like the blood magic doesn't necessitate that the Dursleys are just awful people. He just needs to live with the Dursleys, especially Aunt Petunia. So why couldn't you have got Dumbledore go in there, maybe transfigure a few things, do like a mafia boss sort of threatening them for protection and being like, look, give Harry his own room, at least treat him like a basic human being, and maybe they wouldn't have changed either way because they are the Dursleys. But I don't think it ever really showed anyone even making an attempt to make the Dursleys treat Harry just a little tiny bit better. Like, I'm not asking for much, just don't keep him in a cupboard underneath the stairs. Neville's Rememberall is a bit of a dark theory, and that is that when Neville gets his Rememberall, which is like a little magical device that glows red whenever the user forgets something or is forgetting something, it's implied in the books and the films that he's forgetting something trivial, like perhaps forgetting to send a letter, or what the common room password is, or perhaps to wear his cloak or tie or scarf or something. But this theory says that since we know that Neville's parents were tortured to insanity, all while Neville was a child, basically a baby, that them being permanently messed up and put in a mental home essentially scarred Neville for the rest of his life. And while we know that Neville wasn't there when they were being tortured, and Neville himself was never tortured, it is at least conceivable that being that age, and then you turn, 2 years old, 3 years old, perhaps he learned the truth about his parents all the way back then, and this ended up scarring him, so his grandparents or Dumbledore or whoever ended up putting a forgetting charm on him, like for example Obliviate, and this is what the Rememberall is picking up on. It's detecting this as like a memory that has been forgotten, even though it was forcibly forgotten by a spell. And while we know that Neville does know about the fate of his parents, he knows that they were tortured, he often visits them in the hospital, perhaps he was forced to forget the worst parts of this torture, maybe some of the specific details about it which he learnt as a child, and so they made him forget this in order to protect his mind. Natalie McDonald was sadly a real-life girl, a young girl who was dying at the time that J.K. Rowling was writing the first Harry Potter books. And she ended up actually being quite a fan of Harry Potter, and she was grateful for the world that Rowling had created. She wrote in to Rowling telling her story, and sadly, by the time that Rowling wrote back, she got a reply from her mother saying that Natalie was no longer with us. And so, to basically honor Natalie, she was written into the story in the Goblet of Fire as Natalie McDonald, a first year who was sorted into Gryffindor. What was Ron's joke in The Half-Blooded Prince? So these are all, like classic cold open jokes, which is you're mentioning the joke, but you're kind of leaving out the start of the joke, and you just have the punchline without any other context. And you often see this in like TV series or films or what have you, where some guy walks out of a bar and says to all of the other guys,
And I said, that's not a camel, that's my wife.
But this scene in The Half-Blooded Prince goes over a joke that Ron told, and the passage goes back to what I said, doesn't it? Said Ron, who was now shoveling mashed potato into his mouth. She's gone a bit funny, lost her nerve. Women, he said wisely to Harry, they're easily upset. And yet, said Hermione, coming out of her reverie, I doubt you'd find a woman who sulked for half an hour because Madame Rosmerta didn't laugh at their joke about the hag the healer and the Mimbleless Mimbletonia. And then Ron was like, with this horrible thing, of course, being a Mimbletonia, but we never do find out what the joke that Ron told was, and so I will leave that to your imagination. Asphodel and Wormwood. So this is perhaps quite a well-known theory, and that is involving the first words that Snape speaks to Harry in the entire series. And this is when he joins his potion-making class, and Snape quizzes him on some potion-making knowledge. And really, he's essentially just looking to embarrass Harry, where he asks like, oh, if you're so cool and knowledgeable, Harry, what would you get if this ingredient was added to this? And then Harry's like, oh, I don't really know, because, he doesn't know anything in the first year. And then Snape's like, see, you're not so cool now, are you little 11-year-old? As if he's not a 50-year-old who's been studying magic his entire life. But the question specifically that he asks Harry is, what would you get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? With the actual answer in universe being that it would make a draft of the living dead potion. And this potion, when you drink it, basically slows down your heart rate and your breathing so much so that it looks like the person is dead. So probably very useful if you can master that. But people pointed out that if you break down the exact ingredients that Snape mentions, it paints a slightly different story. So powdered root of asphodel was said to represent basically the afterlife and also regret and also remembering the dead, while wormwood is also associated with kind of similar things, but more specifically at loss, at bitterness, and also asphodel is actually a member of the Lily family, with Lily obviously being the name of Harry's mum, who Snape was deeply in creepy love with. And so his whole adding powdered root of asphodel to wormwood can actually be read as I bitterly or sadly regret Lily's death, which may be a bit of a stretch because this interpretation was never confirmed by Rowling, or it could have been a subtle early nod and reference to the fact that Snape was in some way connected to Lily's death, but we just really don't know. Snape's age. So in the book series, Harry's parents were quite young parents, being only 21 years old when they were killed by Voldemort, and only 20 years old when Harry was born. Yet in the films, they look damn near 40, which actually, yes, if you look at the actor who played James Potter, Adrian Rawlins, he was actually 43 years old when the series was filmed. And this major age shift likely comes from the fact that Alan Rickman was really such a great actor for the role of Snape, except that he was 54 years old at the time of filming when the character of Snape was the same age as Lily Potter, as James Potter, and he was supposed to be just 31 years old in the series. And so they liked Alan Rickman so much, they kept him as the actor for Snape. Then they obviously aged up Snape like at least 10 years so that he looks in his 40s or 50s. And so they had to do the same thing with Harry's parents and also with the rest of the people in that year. So Sirius, Peter Pettigrew, Lupin, and it does slightly mess with like the continuity of it, I think, if you think about it really deeply. Like in the books, the Potters left school and just a few years later, really, they ended up dying. But in the films, since they were 30 years old roughly when Harry Potter was born, that means that they were fighting Voldemort for an additional 10 years before the first book. So again, it probably doesn't make a difference to the continuity if you don't think about it too deeply, but it is still in there. Abandoned book titles. So we covered the Philosopher's Stone versus the Sorcerer's Stone change, and we also covered Harry Potter and the School of Magic as a working title for the first book. But there were many other potential names that Rowling considered before settling on her famous 7. The Chamber of Secrets was possibly going to be called the Half-Blood Prince, which obviously got used as a later name for a book. The Goblet of Fire had many working titles. For example, Harry Potter and the Doomspell Tournament, Harry Potter and the Triwizard Tournament, or Harry Potter and the Death Eaters, or the Fire Goblet, or the Three Champions. The Order of the Phoenix had working titles such as the Mudblood Revolt, or the Quest of the Centaur, and the Deathly Hallows had many working titles, like the Relics of Death and the Peveril Quests, and there were also working titles for some of the books that were very, very clearly jokes, but still absolutely hilarious nonetheless. And these included things that J.K. Rowling would call her books as she was kind of working on them. Like, for example, Harry Potter and the Man-Eating Wacky Tobacco Plant, and also Harry Potter and the time they just sat there for 300 pages, which, I mean, I would totally read that. Steven Spielberg proposal. So after acquiring the rights to the book, Warner Brothers decided to make these books into films, and they first approached Steven Spielberg, who was obviously the director of many great films, asking him if he would like to direct the first Harry Potter film. And he was in talks about this for around 6 months before eventually dropping out, but his vision of what Harry Potter would have been, or at least could have been, was so vastly different to actually what we ended up getting. Firstly, he considered doing this as an animated film as opposed to a live action one. Also, he considered combining multiple books into a single film, so perhaps turning all of these 7 books into maybe a trilogy of films or something. And he was also dead set on casting Haley Joel Osment as Harry Potter, which I just can't. But obviously Spielberg dropped out of this deal, or out of this discussion. Chris Columbus, the director of the Home Alone films, took the role, and he gave us the amazing films that we have all grown to know and love. Harry has seen Star Wars is kind of an interesting, kind of hilarious fact, or kind of theory, which says that in the first Harry Potter book, and in several books afterwards, the term dark side is used, and while this term does exist outside of the Star Wars universe, it was at least very popularized by Star Wars. And the idea is that the Star Wars films exist in universe, and so with Harry, living as a muggle for years and occasionally probably catching glimpses of the TV, especially when the rest of the Dursleys were out, that perhaps he ended up actually watching and seeing Star Wars, which, I mean, really, why wouldn't he? The characters in Community, for example, Abed in particular, all live within a world, and they all watch TV and films, and they know series and pop culture references from series in our world. Batman, Indiana Jones, The Breakfast Club, and so it is not too unusual for our media in our universe to exist in some form or another within the Harry Potter universe. And if Harry Potter had seen Star Wars, he might have seen some of the similarities between himself and Luke Skywalker, essentially swapping out magic and wands for the Force and lightsabers. Like, he's a poor, orphaned kid who gets shown this brand new world by this bearded mentor, and he is in some way kind of intrinsically linked to the big bad guy in the series. So yeah, is this a serious entry? I would say no. But is it a fun entry? Absolutely. Tier 4, Voldemort physically incapable of love. So as we all know, well, maybe not all of us, but Tom Riddle's mother, Merop Gaunt, basically fell in love with a wealthy muggle, Tom Riddle Sr., and he didn't love her, and so in order to get together with him, she ended up using a love potion on him, making him fall in love with her, and then the two hooked up together and made a kid, being Lord Voldemort. I mean, they didn't name him Lord Voldemort when he was born, although with the naming conventions in this series, I wouldn't be surprised if they did, but obviously with him being born Tom Riddle Jr., which giving someone a love potion and then having them live with you, fall in love with you, and then have kids with you, like that is some dark, twisted stuff. I'm sure that could make the list of illegal spells or potions. But eventually Merop kind of wants to give Tom his own free will, and so she doesn't want him to be tied to her by this love potion. She wants Tom Sr. to love her for who she really is without any of this magic, and so she decides to stop giving him the love potion. And then Tom understandably just completely runs away. If you just woke up randomly for the last 2 years, you've been basically a zombie and you've had a kid with this person, like I completely understand why he just left. But with his father leaving and with the mother, Merop, basically losing all hope when the Tom Sr. leaves, she ended up dying shortly after. Voldemort had basically no parent figures, which is how he ended up in the orphanage. And so Voldemort was conceived via a love potion, so there's no real love there. And he also didn't have any real love growing up, because his dad left the family and his mum wasn't alive. And so this kind of explains, at least in universe, why Voldemort is kind of evil. He's incapable of feeling love. And it's partly at least written this way to draw a comparison between Voldemort and Harry, because both were orphans, both didn't have their parents' love, and both grew up in basically horrible households. But the difference is one of them chose to become basically Harry Potter Stalin, and the other chose to put all of that behind him and to choose kindness, love, bravery, which makes an interesting kind of literary reference to Dumbledore's line, where he says to Harry that it is our choices, Harry, that show us what we truly are far more than our abilities. Or it can be extended far more than our circumstances. Early draft material. So obviously, as you can imagine, in the early stages and all throughout this writing process, a bunch of the storylines, the scenes, the characters, etc. were in some cases a little different, and in still other cases either deleted entirely or actually brought into existence in later drafts. And so J.K. Rowling had originally planned for Hermione to have a sister and for her to join Hogwarts a few years later, which obviously this just never happened. Malfoy's last name also wasn't Malfoy, but it was in fact Spongin, Smart, or Spinks, which honestly all just sound a little bit dirty. Filthy mudblood. Hermione's last name wasn't Granger, it was instead Puckle. There was a professor named Trokar, who was a vampire, and he obviously eventually just got taken out of the series, but it is thought that some of his characteristics were transferred over to Snape, hence some of the theories about Snape being a vampire. But it's very likely that he's not a vampire, but he still has, you know, the long black cloak, the dark hair. He's very vampire-esque, likely from his inspiration from this earlier vampire professor. The Granger family was originally planned to actually know the Potter family, with the Potters living on this little island and the Grangers living on shore. And then during the Voldemort attack that killed Harry's parents, the Grangers kind of see the attack, they see the explosion in the house, with Hermione's father actually heading over to the house in a little boat and rescuing baby Harry himself. This was, of course, completely changed, with the island scene likely being reused with the Dursleys' little getaway, you know, in the Philosopher's Stone. There was also going to be a blind seer character named Mopsus, and he kind of got removed and then split between the two characters of the seer, Sybil Trelawney, and the semi-blind guy, or one-eyed, Mad Moody. The Potters weren't originally betrayed either by Peter Pettigrew, the little rat. They were instead betrayed by just a random unnamed muggle who I guess just had it out for the family. And J.K. Rowling at the time hadn't quite figured out how exactly to sort kids into houses. And so as you can see here, she considered a few different options. She considered a ghost court, a gateway you had to kind of pass through, or being judged by statues, or a selection committee, or just asking the kids themselves a question or riddle. And obviously she went with Sentient Sorting Hat, which yeah, ended up being completely amazing, super memorable, and I am very glad that she went with that choice. Fat Cops is the name of the band that J.K. Rowling's husband is a member of, and he plays the keyboard. It's a pretty decent band. It plays some pretty groovy tunes, which sadly I can't play for you, because then the entire video will be taken down. But yeah, the music isn't too bad. Check them out if you like. The Battle of Hogwarts' first 6 books is retcon. So this is a super interesting theory point that this beautiful Reddit user named Deleted brought up. I mean, their name isn't really called Deleted. I don't know what their original name was, but their username clearly since then has been deleted. But they pointed out that in the Battle of Hogwarts, in the 7th book, Harry and his friends basically go through some events, some trials and tribulations that take them back through things that they did in previous books. And so initially in the Battle of Hogwarts, they apparate into Hogsmeade, and they use the secret tunnel to get into Hogwarts, with Hogsmeade being a major plot point in the Half-Blooded Prince. Then Harry and the gang sneak into the Room of Requirement, where they rally up Dumbledore's army, which of course they built in the Order of Phoenix. So as the Battle of Hogwarts goes on, it's representing all of the books, but in reverse order. Then in the Room of Requirement, Harry flies around on a broomstick, dodging fire, just like he did in the Goblet of Fire. Then they head over to the Whomping Willow, to the Shrieking Shack, just like in the Prisoner of Azkaban. Neville pulls the sword out of the Gryffindor hat to kill Nagini, just like in the Chamber of Secrets, and Voldemort finally is killed or destroyed by his own curse, just like what happened in the original story. And so it's a very interesting, I think, piece of story writing, kind of implying that, just like in real life, I suppose, that Harry was going through all of these books, all of these challenges, all of these battles and fights, etc., and it was all leading up to this final battle in Hogwarts, where he was able to use the skills that he'd learned specifically throughout the years for this one final battle. And I just really like this. If it was an intentional piece of writing, I think it is very clever, and it's not so on the nose that it's like so obvious. You know, he's not like, I'm flying around on a broomstick. I remember when I learned this lesson 2 years ago. It's subtle enough where I think it just kind of blends in nicely. But that is the theory anyway. The Chamber of Secrets predates plumbing at Hogwarts. So Hogwarts was built sometime in the 10th century, and sinks and, the first plumbing, etc., wouldn't be built until the 18th century. So the question is, how was the Chamber of Secrets built underneath a bathroom, hooked up to the sink as a secret entrance, etc.? And the answer to that is, it wasn't. It was originally built, as far as we know, by Salazar Slytherin, but at the time that it was built underneath a trapdoor that led through these various tunnels and eventually came out as the Chamber of Secrets. And this Chamber of Secrets would house the basilisk that was obviously designed to be woken up sometime in the future by one of Slytherin's heirs, and the basilisk was then to go out into the school, kill all of the Muggle-born students, because that was kind of Slytherin's whole thing. And so naturally the other founders were massively against this pure blood vision of Slytherin, and so this forced him to build the chamber in secret. But after plumbing and toilets and sinks and bathrooms, etc., were installed in the 1800s, a descendant of Slytherin called Corvinus Gaunt bewitched a bunch of people, basically erased their memory of seeing this chamber, and he had this bathroom built on top of the trapdoor entrance with this little clue of this snake, so that any future descendants of Salazar could speak Parseltongue to the sink and open it up that way, which of course they eventually did. And that's not even getting into how the basilisk, with how just enormously big the basilisk is, how he's able to slither his way out of this chamber, and in fact out of the bathroom, how he's able to slither around the pipes. Like, that is just never really explained. But also, before toilets and plumbing, etc., was installed in Hogwarts, it was actually confirmed by J.K. Rowling that they just used to relieve themselves wherever they were, like literally just in the halls or on the floor, on the walls, wherever, and then just magic it clean, just magic it away, I guess, which is just really kind of a strange, obscene thought. But if you're a wizard and you can get away with it, I mean, really, why not? Dumbledore's Mirror of Erised vision. So, as you all know, the Mirror of Erised, or Desire backwards, shows you your greatest desire. And in the Philosopher's Stone, there's that whole scene of Harry looking into the mirror and he sees his parents. But when he asks Dumbledore, what do you see when you look in the mirror? Says Dumbledore, I see myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks. Harry stared. One can never have enough socks, said Dumbledore. Another Christmas has come and gone, and I didn't get a single pair. People will insist on giving me books. And it was only when back in bed that it struck Harry that Dumbledore might not have been quite truthful. But then, he thought, as he shoved Scabbers off his pillow, it had been quite a personal question. And so we never really do find out through the books exactly what Dumbledore did see, but J.K. Rowling later confirmed in an interview that Dumbledore would probably have seen his whole family alive and well, so him with his parents Percival and Kendra, and his sister Ariana, and his brother Aberforth, all together, happy, alive, and possibly with a younger version of both him and Grindelwald. You know, back when they were kids, when they were young men, back when they were friends, when they were a lot more amicable, before all the crazy wars were started. Just really a simpler time. And someone commented on this, which I thought was a really interesting point and theory, that it could be that Dumbledore wasn't fully lying with the whole woolen socks comment, because perhaps his sister Ariana used to knit him woolen socks for Christmas, and so that is partly what he desires going back to, which is honestly just super sweet. Snape is Harry's dad is honestly just an absurd theory, and it is mostly taken not seriously due to many things, due to Lily hating Snape as he grew up, due to Harry looking nothing like Snape and everything like James. But this theory basically says that Snape loved Lily, but they said that the love was like so intense that it's possible that Snape would have had an affair with Lily, and so Harry Potter was actually Snape's kid. Which, this is more like just an insane fanfic than an actual theory. Like, there's no way in heck that Lily would have had an affair with Snape. And this would make Snape an even worse character because he'd be being cruel and mean to his own son. But anyway, moving on. The Wands of Azkaban escapees. So throughout the later books, we see several former prisoners of Azkaban. Obviously Sirius, but also the Death Eaters, Bellatrix, a good chunk of the Lestrange family, Augustus Rockwood, Antonin Dolohov. But after escaping Azkaban, a bunch of these were somehow able to get their wands back, as Ollivander later recognizes Bellatrix's wand as hers, kind of implying that the one she has now is the same as the one she's always had. And so kids who are expelled from Hogwarts, like for example Hagrid, they have their wands just irreparably smashed and destroyed. But if you are sent to Azkaban for life, what do? Just like keep your wand somewhere just in case, like in a cupboard within Azkaban or something? Or were the wands kept perhaps in the Ministry of Magic? It's not entirely clear, as we don't really ever get an explanation for this. But even if the wands were kept in Azkaban, the way Sirius escaped was he turned into a dog, he went out from the bars of his cage, or of his cell, and then he swam from Azkaban through the ocean over to the mainland, and then that's how he was able to escape. And so you're telling me that as a dog, he went out of his cell, he went over to the Azkaban cupboard, he opened it, he found his wand, he maybe grabbed the wand in his little mouth, and then he swam to shore, holding the wand in his mouth the whole time, because God knows he can't hold it with those little dog paws. You're telling me that's what happened? Absolutely mental. Thestrals at the end of Goblet of Fire. So Thestrals, for those of you who don't know, are these magical creatures that you can only see if you've witnessed death. And in the Harry Potter universe, they actually pull the carriages from the Hogsmeade station to the School of Hogwarts. And throughout the early films, it just looks like this magical carriage being pulled along by nothing, just by pure magic or something. But it's later revealed that all the while there were these creatures pulling them along, long, but they were invisible to everyone who hadn't seen death. And so after Harry witnesses Edward Cullen's death in the Goblet of Fire, it's only reasonable to assume that he would now see these creatures. Except he doesn't. The first time he sees them after this is at the start of the next book or film, and that is after going away for the summer and then coming back to Hogwarts. And this isn't really fully explained. It is thought that maybe you need to kind of accept death in order to see them. And so since Diggory's death was like so intense, maybe Harry hadn't fully accepted it, and so he wasn't able to see the Thestrals. But it's also been explained by J.K. Rowling that it was maybe just kind of a writing decision. Like, she had wrapped up the book, you know, the book was over, it was winding down, Harry was heading home, and it was just out of convenience, like she didn't want to introduce this brand new magical creature right at the end of a book, being like, yep, Harry's going home for the summer, and also there's these magical creatures that you've never seen before pulling the carriages, and then just end the book on that. So she said she decided to leave them to the beginning of the next book, which does make a little bit of sense, I guess. But it's also very strange that Harry did see his parents die, and he was never able to see the Thestrals before this. So maybe you need to have like a conscious modern memory of it or something. I'm not really too sure. And just for a meta explanation, as you know, I love my meta stuff, but this could be seen as an analogy as well for life and for childhood. Because when you're a child, when you're innocent, you might see this carriage and it's just like magic. It's just like being pulled along by nothing, almost like when you're a kid and you get like a Christmas gift which might cost £500, and for you don't see any of the work behind it. You just see, oh, Santa Claus came and it's a magical gift, and that's as far as you see. But then when you get older, when you become more mature, you kind of see the reality of life, and so that £500 Christmas gift isn't just a gift, it is weeks of working overtime in order to afford it. It's cutting back on all of these other things. It's going hungry for a few weeks, just so the kid can see this magical gift and be happy and not have to worry about any of the things that actually caused it. So in much the same way, the kids who come into Hogwarts, who are innocent, they see just this thing being pulled along by magic, but it's not until they mature and they perhaps see death that they see the reality behind it. Harry saw Regulus in the cave. So in the Half-Blood Prince, Harry and Dumbledore go to the cave where Voldemort terrorized orphan kids, which, classic Voldemort, and where one of his 7 Horcruxes was located. And when they were in there, Harry saw something in the water. The wand light had slid over a fresh patch of water and showed him, this time, a dead man lying face up inches beneath the surface. His open eyes misted as though with cobwebs, his hair and his robes swirling around him like smoke. "You right, mate? I'm Harry Potter. There are bodies in there," said Harry in the best Harry Potter accent possible. There are bodies in there," said Harry, and his voice sounded much higher than usual and most unlike his own. "There are bodies in here!" And this body, this person that Harry sees, is, in fact, although it's never explicitly stated, but it is Regulus Black, the man who, after finding out that Voldemort took the Horcrux here, and then tortured his house elf creature, leaving him for dead, it was after this that Regulus basically defected from Voldemort, came to this cave, stole the locket, and swapped it out for a fake one. He then wrote a little letter for Voldemort, and he ended up dying here in this cave. Dumbledore uses Peeves and Portraits to spy. So this is a very interesting theory, and I'll tie it into the entry about Dumbledore using his portraits for spying, because they're fairly similar, using either portraits or Peeves or, ghosts to spy. But this theory says that all of the portraits posted and put up all around Hogwarts are in some way able to communicate with Dumbledore. And so that might at least partly explain why he has so much knowledge, why he knows what's going on all around Hogwarts, and why he's able to know when the kids are out of bed or walking around the halls, where they are, what they're doing, and he basically uses them as his little network of spies, his little birds, if you will, with this theory naturally expanding to ghosts. So perhaps he's able to communicate with these ghosts, they're able to tell him what they saw, what they heard, who is where in the castle, and it would also connect with his own portraits and even his own chocolate frog pictures, which, if you can imagine, if he's able to communicate with these, chocolate frog cards, which are probably all over the country, they're in kids' cupboards and drawers, he might be able to surveil those families to gather intelligence. And this last particular theory is further strengthened a little bit by the fact that in the Order of the Phoenix, they're basically talking about how the Ministry of Magic has been discrediting Dumbledore and essentially stripping him of all of his titles. He was voted out of the chairmanship for the International Confederation of Wizards, and they demoted him from being chief warlock of the Wizengamot, which is essentially the wizard court, and with rumors that they're going to take away his Order of Merlin first-class title. But Bill says that Dumbledore says that he doesn't care about what they do, as long as they don't take him off the chocolate frog cards. So is that because he loves candy and he loves chocolate? Or is it because he would possibly lose his vast spy network? As always, let me know your thoughts on this one down below. Centaurs misinterpreted the date of Harry's death. So centaurs in the Harry Potter universe are these very magical creatures, and they have a special fondness for the stars, for predictions, for divination, and prophecies. And even Hagrid is quoted as saying, "Never try to get a straight answer out of a centaur. Ruddy stargazers, not interested in anything closer than the moon." And so, one of their predictions, their prophecies, was that Voldemort would kill Harry Potter in the Forbidden Forest. And so, in Philosopher's Stone, Harry is being attacked by Ghost Voldemort, and the centaurs decide to just let it happen, as they typically tried not to change fate. Except one centaur, Firenze, does decide to intervene, and he chases Voldemort away, which gets him kind of told off by his centaur brethren. And this is all kind of brushed off, it's pushed aside, and not really mentioned again, except we now know that after the release of the Deathly Hallows, that Voldemort does end up killing Harry, and it is actually in the Forbidden Forest. So it seems like perhaps their prophecy was correct, their prediction from looking at the stars, but that they just had their timing just a little bit off, which is to be expected if you're taking future advice from a star, as a few years difference is really not that big at all when you look at the lifespan of a star. And on top of that, some clever clog pointed out that in the entire 7-book series, there are only 2 chapters that mention the forest. The first being the Forbidden Forest in Book 1, and the final being the forest again in Book 7, when Harry is killed. So I think I really personally like this theory, and once again, it would seem that centaurs are always right. What happened to Bagman, or Bagman? So Ludo Bagman, or Ludovic was his full name, but he was a former Quidditch star who played for England as well as for the Wimborne Wasps, and he was honestly a bit of a character. He was nice enough, he was cheery, but he was also kind of loud, irresponsible, and he had these awful gambling debts and addictions, which is interesting because the word ludomania is actually the name for having a gambling addiction, coming from the Latin ludere, meaning to play. And so he is one of the many characters who was named quite appropriately, but he had several debts. He also couldn't stop gambling even after he acquired these debts. He made a bunch of wagers with Arthur, with Fred and George during the Quidditch World Cup. He ended up losing them, and then he ended up paying the twins their winnings with fake leprechaun money. And then they found out about this. Ludo ended up ghosting them for a while, and then eventually Ludo told them that they were too young to be gambling anyway, and so they shouldn't expect any of their money back. He tried to cheat several times to help Harry win the Triwizard tournament because, as I said, he owed a large amount of debt to goblins and to various other people, and he told them, look, I'm going to make all of this money back. I'm going to bet on Harry to win the Triwizard tournament, and when he does win, then I will pay you back. Harry, of course, refused this help as it was cheating and it was just against the rules of the tournament. And when Harry did eventually win the tournament, Ludo wasn't paid because it was determined that Harry had actually drawn the tournament because he grabbed the cup at the exact same time as Diggory. So then Ludo didn't get any of his winnings. He basically went on the run after this, and we don't know what became of him. 13 people dining together prediction. So I don't know if you could class this as a prediction or as divination or just suspicion, I guess. But in The Prisoner of Azkaban, at the Christmas lunch, Trelawney walks into the lunch, but she refuses to sit down at the table because she says if she sat down that this would make 13 people all dining together. And according to her, the 13th person to rise then would be the first to die. But she eventually does sit down, Ron and Harry do leave, and it is all kind of just blown over. You know, it's explained as Trelawney just being her kooky self, just a bit strange, a bit suspicious as always. But what's very interesting is if you look back at that scene, it is highly likely that Ron had Scabbers with him, which means at the time, Scabbers was obviously a human, just in his rat form, but this would mean that there were 13 people dining at that table. And so who was the first person to rise after that? Well, it was Dumbledore who rose from the table to greet Trelawney as she entered. And interestingly enough, Dumbledore was actually the first person to die from this entire group. Also in the Order of the Phoenix, 13 people once more dine, and the first to rise and die was actually Sirius. So was this kind of a wacky prediction that just kind of ended up being true? Like, did J.K. Rowling actually plan this out? Was Trelawney a seemingly genuine seer? I mean, we know that she was because she made the Harry Potter prediction, but how much of her other stuff, her other thoughts and beliefs, etc., were actually true? But there is also a slightly lesser known prediction and superstition, which is that when one person watches my videos, the first person of that one person who doesn't like the video and subscribe will unfortunately suffer an awful fate. And don't look at me, I don't make the rules, I just divine them from the stars. Or the tea leaves, I guess. That would probably make a little more sense. The Time Turner aged Hermione. So, as we all know, Hermione in The Prisoner of Azkaban receives a very special, very powerful magical item, the Time Turner, so that she can, each morning, take more classes. So she would have, say, one class at 9 a.m, and then she would do that class from 9 until 10, and then go back 1 hour, and then do another class at 9, and then do it again, and do a third class at 9. And because she couldn't possibly attend all of these classes, and this was because she wanted to take multiple additional classes, she couldn't fit them all into her schedule, and so McGonagall writes numerous letters to the Ministry requesting permission to use a Time Turner, which she was then granted. She allowed Hermione to use, and she used it for most of the rest of the school year. And this is obviously later used in some of the events in the Prisoner of Azkaban film. But there is a theory that this wasn't actually a Time Turner given to them by the Ministry, but rather that it was Dumbledore's own personal Time Turner. And one of the scenes that people pick up this theory from is where Dumbledore greets Harry and Hermione just before they use the Time Turner. Harry didn't have a clue what was going on. Dumbledore had turned on his heel and looked back as he reached the door. "I am going to lock you in. It is," he consulted his watch, "5 minutes to midnight. Miss Granger, 3 turns should do it. Good luck." "Good luck," Harry repeated as the door closed behind Dumbledore. 3 turns? What's he talking about? What are we supposed to do? And obviously at this point in time, Harry didn't know that Hermione had the Time Turner, but Dumbledore knew that the pair had seemingly already gone back in time. He knew what had previously happened. He knew exactly where they should go, how many turns exactly they needed, somewhat suggesting that Dumbledore was very familiar with a Time Turner, and perhaps this could be his own personal one. But the real question is, did all of this time travel, over the course of an entire year, did it actually age Hermione? And if so, by how much? And I won't bore you with the math of this. Someone already worked all of that out, and they worked it out to be around sort of 3 to 4 weeks is the most likely answer, meaning that she is 3 to 4 weeks older than her birthday actually suggests. Because if she's constantly traveling back in time and back in time, she's often living 3 or 4 hours in each of these hour-long lessons. And firstly, we're not entirely sure if this is how the time turner works, or if it just actually rewinds your actual body as you go back in time. So maybe it just reverses aging for that 1 hour, so you're actually the same age that you always would have been. And 3 to 4 weeks age difference really isn't that massive when you consider that most kids within a school year, you know, their age will often be like months different from one another. Like if you've got a kid born in January and another born in September, and so Hermione being 3 to 4 weeks older, not a big deal. And that is also not even taking into account the amount of time that Hermione spent petrified, which, you know, she was attacked by the basilisk, she was petrified, and coincidentally, she was petrified for around 3 to 4 weeks. So if the petrification process actually stops aging, then the basilisk event and the time turner travel would essentially cancel each other out. Wizard maths. Can muggles make potions? Is a very good question. Like, potion making doesn't really use a wand. And so if you have a muggle and you give them the potion ingredients, you tell them to just put it all into this vial, cook it up, and make a potion out of it. The question is, would they be able to do that? And the likely answer, as far as I can tell, is just no. And although potion making isn't as magical as perhaps like casting a spell with a wand, the official canon does say that you still need magic in order to activate the magical properties and the ingredients within the potion. So you put all the stuff together, you cook it out, it's in a little potion, and then you just got a little dash of magic in there, and that magic goes into the potion, activates everything, and allows it basically to be a working magical potion. So bad news for the muggles. No potions for you. Breaking the Goblet of Fire binding magical contract. So we all remember the scene where Dumbledore says calmly, "Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?" Dumbledore said calmly. But even though Harry's name was entered by fake Mad-Eyed Moody, and he was chosen as a champion, we never find out exactly what the terms of this magical contract actually were. Like, obviously it was some powerful contract, as seemingly no one, Dumbledore included, was able to cancel it or break it or nullify it, and so it was seemingly set in stone from the moment that the cup picked Harry's name out of it. But we're never told what the actual punishment for breaking this contract would be. Some people suggested it might be the same as the unbreakable vow, which is something that is later revealed in the books, where basically if you break this promise, you just end up dying, which I could probably see that. Although it seems a bit ridiculous for kids to just be like, oh, yeah, you don't want to play in the games? Boom. Dead. Seems a little bit dark, but maybe that is why they cancelled the games way back when in the first place. Or some people suggest that this could just kind of remove all of your magical powers to just make you into a squib, more or less. And this Triwizard tournament actually dates all the way back to like the 1200s. And it was cancelled for many years because of, you know, a danger to the children. And then this time that it came back in the Goblet of Fire was the first time in a long time that it had taken place, and it was also restricted to just the older students, which was partly why everyone was surprised that Harry's name got drawn from the cup. The Dursley Christmas gifts foreshadowing the Hallows. So throughout the years, while Harry is at Hogwarts, the Dursleys actually send him multiple Christmas gifts. The most notable ones being a 50-pence piece, which they sent Harry for his first Christmas gift, a toothpick on his second Christmas, and a tissue on his fourth Christmas. And as some sharp-eyed fans have theorized, these could have been loose references, very loose references, references to the upcoming Deathly Hallows, with the toothpick obviously representing the Elder Wand, the 50-pence piece representing the Resurrection Stone, which that one's a little bit of a stretch, honestly, and the tissue representing the Invisibility Cloak, which, yeah, it's just kind of cloth-like. Not too bad of a comparison, I suppose. Someone also pointed out that tissues are sometimes like folded up into triangle shapes, just like how the Invisibility Cloak is represented. And yeah, it's not a solid theory, I wouldn't say, but it is absolutely one of these fun headcanon sort of theories, sort of ideas. Like that the Dursleys just knew all along subconsciously, and they were sending out these little things as like premonitions. Like, yeah, almost certainly not, but still very fun. Pandora Lovegood's death. So Pandora Lovegood was the name of Luna Lovegood's mother, who died in front of Luna when she was just 9 years old. And this, if you think about it, is really just a few years before we meet her in the books, which is just brutal. And this event, seeing her mother die, is obviously how she's able to see Thestrals. But Pandora, it is said, died while she was casting an experimental charm, and it ended up backfiring and ultimately killing her, which is absolutely tragic, especially for your young daughter to witness this. But once again, we see the naming of certain characters, describing them seemingly quite literally, as Pandora in the story of Pandora's box, or Pandora's jar really, was really a story about the danger of curiosity, of pushing the boundaries a little too far. You know, she wanted to know what was in the box so badly that she ended up opening it, all the evil things came out, and so Pandora Lovegood seemingly was very curious about magic, about pushing boundaries, about coming up with new spells, and this curiosity essentially in the end ended up killing her. How and when did Voldemort meet Nagini? So we see Voldemort as a kid, and we see Nagini in the second Fantastic Beasts film, and then we see in the regular Harry Potter series, adult Voldemort with his best buddy, it seems, Nagini, and we're not really told exactly where or when they met. The most likely explanation for this is that Nagini, after the death of Grindelwald, fled the area, perhaps fled to Albania, and then permanently transformed into the snake that she is. And then eventually, when Voldemort was out hiding in Albania, she could speak snake because she is a snake. Voldemort could speak Parseltongue, and so it's thought that the two kind of started chit-chatting. She was lonely, she needed some direction. Voldemort needed some companionship and a loyal servant. And so it is thought that this is perhaps likely where the two met. Then they grew closer and closer. Voldemort ended up making Nagini later on into a Horcrux, which just further strengthened this bond between the two. Harry has the same glasses for 7 years. So I think this one is mainly just for the sake of consistency of the story. You know, it's like why cartoon characters seem to just wear the same single outfit every single day. It's just so we don't get too confused. There's not too much information going on. And so if we changed Harry in, say, like the third book to start suddenly wearing contact lenses, or if they fixed his eyesight in some other way, instead of him wearing his iconic glasses, it just might not have exactly the same feel. And so perhaps even if he could have gotten laser eye surgery, or they could have magicked his eyesight better, or wore contacts, or if his head size changed like at all since he was 11 years old, or if his style changed, or any of these, he might have either been wearing no glasses or different glasses. But no, he has the same pair the entire series, and it probably just is for continuity, but there might be some other reason for it. Voldemort's plan in the Goblet of Fire is convoluted. And honestly, I think this can probably go for all of Voldemort's plans. Like, they always seem just way over the top, like Wile E. Coyote style or something. But I guess that's just Voldemort. He's just an overly dramatic individual. But the Goblet of Fire plan in particular is very convoluted and very unnecessary. So you have the Death Eater Barty Crouch Jr. He kidnaps Mad-Eye Moody and then keeps him locked up in a trunk, taking a polyjuice Polyjuice Potion for like most of the year and posing as the captured Mad-Eye Moody. Then they get fake Mad-Eye Moody to put Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire somehow, with him seemingly being drawn from a 4th school, as it guarantees him being drawn because he's the only person in that new school. And then since this contract is completely legally binding, Harry will seemingly be killed if he doesn't complete it, and so he has to play through this extremely dangerous tournament. So dangerous, in fact, that it was cancelled, as I said before, in 1792 after a cockatrice got loose and just went on a rampage. So you don't want wild cockatrices just running around. But then, for Voldemort's plan to work, he would basically need to win the last challenge, and he would actually need to make it through the initial challenges without dying, and then he would need to win the last challenge, touch the cup, which was basically a portkey, and by touching this cup, he would then be teleported to the graveyard. But like, what if Cedric Diggory had just outright won? You know, what if he had touched this cup before Harry, and then Harry's just stuck in this maze, and Voldemort can't do his weird, creepy baby Voldemort ritual? I think that is a very likely outcome. Which, imagine Voldemort went through all of this, capturing Mad-Eyed Moody, faking being him for like a year as Barty Crouch Jr., and then sabotaging the Goblet of Fire, having Harry go through all of these trials and tribulations, and then having him lose the last challenge, and then Cedric Diggory turns up, and then Voldemort's, I guess, like, I'll try again next year. Like, it's not a very good plan. Like, you would think that Mad-Eye Moody could have just teleported Harry at some point in time. Like, someone suggested that he could have just kept Harry behind after class and been like, yeah, Harry, come take a look at this thing over here. And then Harry touches it, it's secretly a portkey, and then that teleports Harry to Voldemort without having to go through the whole tournament. Or if you say portkeys can't work in Hogwarts, Mad-Eye Moody could have also kept Harry for detention. He could have taken him out to the Forbidden Forest or to somewhere else outside the grounds and then portkeyed him away. And if you say that he wouldn't be allowed to take Harry out to the Forbidden Forest, I would say Hagrid did that in the first film with 3 literal children and just a lazy dog. So there are so many other ways that Voldemort could have achieved this, but then again, maybe we wouldn't have gotten the really cool book, the really cool story and film that we ended up getting. Snape hates Neville because he could have been the chosen one. So this is kind of an interesting perspective or piece of headcanon, but even though Snape basically hated everyone, it seems like he hated all of the students. He was just a very angry fellow. But this theory says that he basically hated Neville especially because if you look at the prophecy, it kind of equally applied to Harry and to Neville. So they didn't really know which kid was the chosen one. And so if you think about it, if Voldemort instead chose Neville and then went over to Neville's house, killed his parents, then that would mean Lily and James Potter would still be alive. And so maybe Snape actually blames Neville for Lily's death. The prophecy said, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." And so both Harry and Neville were born that year, both born in July, the 7th month, both born to parents who had 3 times defied Lord Voldemort, and so they both qualified for the prophecy. And even though it was bloody Snape who revealed this prophecy to Lord Voldemort, which of course led to the death of his parents, Lily included, he then has the gall, the cheek to be rude and snarky to Harry in school after he betrayed his parents and caused their deaths. Like, why are we rooting for Snape again? But when Snape revealed this prophecy to Voldemort, Voldemort chose Harry over Neville, and he said now he will go and kill Harry's parents, and obviously then Harry. And Snape was like, oh, you're going to kill Harry's dad? Yeah, that's fine. I never really liked him. You're going to kill a literal baby in cold blood? Yeah, that's fine. Just go ahead. What's that? You're going to kill Lily, the girl that I creepily liked when I was a kid? Oh, you can't do that. And then he basically said, yeah, I'll do anything to stop you killing her. So he begged Voldemort not to kill Lily, and Voldemort actually kind of kept his word. Like, he came in, he just killed James straight away. But for Lily, he actually, if you read the exact lines, he actually spared her life like 3 times, which is very rare for the Dark Lord to do. He could have just killed her, but he said, like, go away, I'm giving you one last chance. And then he gave her another 2 chances. He was like, look, leave, I just want the boy. And he gave her many, many chances, but of course, she didn't give up. She sacrificed herself with the power of love. And this obviously ended up being Voldemort's undoing. And there's always been this question of, if he just straight up killed Lily, would Harry have been protected? Because the whole point is Lily willingly stood there. She knew she was going to die and she refused to back down. And this was seen as like her sacrificing herself for Harry in this immense show of love, which ended up protecting him with the power of love. But if Voldemort had just come in and just killed both of his parents, then it's at least somewhat believable that Harry wouldn't have had any protection and he would have died there that night. So really, in a strange, roundabout way, and I know we said we shouldn't really defend Snape, but by Snape begging Voldemort to not kill Lily, this made Voldemort kind of offer her multiple chances, and after she turned down these chances, this was actually her display of love, which ended up saving Harry. So when you think about it, Snape basically saved Harry's life. So maybe the real hero of the story was Snape all along. The books represent the Horcruxes it's a pretty self-explanatory theory. But basically, the theory goes that these 7 books, the 7 books in the series, represent each of these 7 Horcruxes. So the Philosopher's Stone is obviously where we meet Harry, where we start the Harry story. And so this first book represents the Horcrux inside Harry. The Chamber of Secrets represents obviously the diary. The Prisoner of Azkaban represents Slytherin's locket, which this is the first one that's kind of a little loose, but the theory goes that the prison of Azkaban is kind of much the same as the cave in which the locket is found. Also, the prison of Azkaban is all rocky and it's out in the water, it's cold, it's depressing, the Dementors kind of suck the life out of you, just like the cave is rocky and cold and in the middle of this water, and much like the locket itself kind of sucks the happiness out of people, ends up corrupting them. Then the Goblet of Fire represents the Hufflepuff cup, the cup of Hufflepuff, because the Triwizard cup, the goblet or cup of fire. And Cedric Diggory is obviously a Hufflepuff, which there's a big connection there. The Order of the Phoenix represents Nagini, as we're kind of more or less introduced to her in this film. And we also see Nagini attack Arthur, or Harry sees it through Voldemort's eyes, through Nagini's eyes. The Half-Blood Prince represents the ring, because Dumbledore actually destroys the ring in this film. And there is a big focus around this film on characters' pasts and their mistakes and their regrets, etc. And the Deathly Hallows represents the diadem of Ravenclaw, because obviously they find it in this film and it takes them back to Hogwarts, to the Room of Requirements, and then the Battle of Hogwarts more or less kicks off from there and wraps up the entire thing and ends the series. So yeah, it's not exactly a super solid theory. It's absolutely not canon or set in stone, and some of these connections and these links are probably a little loose, but it is still a potential theory, and so I am legally obligated to cover it. Tier 5, the First Wizarding War shrunk Harry's class size. So this is a very interesting point which I've never really thought about before, and you can kind of compare this to World War II in our universe. Or I guess they had World War II in the Harry Potter universe as well. But this is basically the phenomenon where during the war, so during World War II as well as during Voldemort's First War, people are kind of dying left and right, less children are being conceived conceived and born. And so you can imagine the kids being born around these few years will have drastically decreased. And then after the war is over, people start to get a little bit happy, a little bit too happy, and they start making babies. And this is where the term baby boomer comes from, is from the baby boom after World War II. So in Harry's year, there are only around 40 students in that first year, but this likely isn't the normal amount of students or kids in a class, because Harry was born obviously around the first Voldemort war, as was Ron and Neville, but it is likely that after the war ended, in the next few years after this, more and more people were comfortable starting families, were more comfortable having children, and you could expect 3 or 4 more years after Harry's first year to be filled with, instead of 40 kids, maybe 60 kids, 80 kids, 100 kids. And as I said, it's just something I never really thought about, which honestly makes perfect sense. Lily screaming is Voldemort's memory and not Harry's. So this, I think, is a very interesting theory that might very well be true, and that is when Dementors start sucking on Harry, causing him to relive all of his worst kind of experiences and memories, and invariably this includes Lily screaming, obviously as Voldemort kills her. But this theory says that this memory of Lily screaming wasn't actually Harry's memory, because he would have been too young to form memories, but rather it was Voldemort's memory of some of his last moments in his, regular human form. Because from Voldemort's perspective, this was basically the worst day of his life. He later described it as his soul being ripped from his body, and said that in this state, it was pain beyond pain. And so it stands to reason that his worst memory might actually be of that night. And so when the Dementors come to Harry, they start sucking his memories. Because Harry has a shard of Voldemort in him, this is where the Voldemorts get that memory of Lily screaming. And this could possibly also explain why Harry couldn't see Thestrals before, because if he did have a memory of Lily dying, then possibly he could have already seen the Thestrals. But if you say that Harry never had this memory, but it was instead Voldemort's, then that would preclude him from being able to see the Thestrals. The house elves are too powerful. Yeah. And in all honesty, we don't really know how powerful house elves really are. We do see them casting spells, for example, without magic, or with magic, but without wands, without words. And they seem to be quite accurate and quite powerful with their magic. They're able to apparate just seemingly at will and through certain blockades that people have put up. Like, for example, you're not normally able to apparate in and out of Hogwarts. But if you're a house elf, you can do this seemingly just willy-nilly. And again, this is all without wands, which, as we covered before, if you are a wizard and you don't use a wand, like for example powerful wizards, Snape, Dumbledore, Voldemort, they can use wordless and wandless magic, but it's just never as powerful or accurate as it would be if they had a wand. And so you can imagine if house elves were trained to use wands, how much more powerful they might be. And honestly, their power might just be absolutely terrifying, which perhaps could be the whole reason that they were domesticated in the first place, as we really don't know the history for house elves in terms of where they came from, how exactly they were domesticated or enslaved or whatever you want to call it. And there's a chance that human wizards basically discovered these elves long ago, and they realized that they were more powerful than the humans. And so they took them, they slowly domesticated them, and kind of magically and psychologically trapped them into subservience in order to stop them fighting back against the humans, which is always one possibility. Harry is immortal is the theory that says that basically Harry and Voldemort were tied up in this prediction or in this prophecy, and it says basically that either must die at the hands of the other, which has raised kind of a obvious question of the specific wording of this, saying that either one must die at the hands of the other. Does this mean that, for example, Harry can't die unless it's at the hands of Voldemort? could always be? And does that mean that Harry is essentially immortal as long as he stays away from Voldemort? That also could be. And I don't think that's exactly what was meant by the prophecy. I think Harry and Voldemort can die in other ways, but it is just kind of interestingly worded. McGonagall is a Death Eater. Is honestly probably not too accurate of a theory, but it is incredibly interesting. And this basically says that McGonagall is evil and she's a Death Eater, and she is one of Voldemort's most faithful servants. And the idea is that basically Snape and McGonagall seem to be polar opposites, where Snape acts evil and he looks evil and he says mean and evil things, but actually secretly he's Dumbledore's, right-hand man. So he often insults Harry, but then uses his little magic to save him on the broomstick. And then he's mean to all the kids, but then goes after and investigates Quirrell. And so this theory says that McGonagall, on the other hand, is the opposite of Snape in that she acts nice and she says the right things and she, helps the children, but secretly she does all of this to sabotage Harry and Dumbledore. And there is a huge post, which I will leave linked down below. If you want to go in there, check it out. It covers each book in detail about all the bad things that McGonagall did, basically backing up this guy's theory. And it is just far too long to cover in this one video. But for example, she constantly catches Harry and his gang misbehaving. And when she does catch him one time, she punishes them by docking 50 points each from Harry and his gang. And I say gang like he's in the mafia or something. Just Harry, Ron, and Hermione. So just for sneaking out of their beds after nights out, or lights out, or night time, 150 points is docked from Gryffindor, which is like a third of the entire house's points for the entire year, which is just a bonkers amount. She then sends 3 kids out into the Forbidden Forest at night when there is a ghost Voldemort floating around drinking unicorn blood. So it's just an insanely dangerous act. There are magical creatures out there, and she sends Harry Potter out there with Hagrid out into this complete death trap. And because she is the Professor of Transfiguration, this could be a reference or a tie-in to her being able to shapeshift her personality, much like spies do. And this theory says that for a smart witch, a very powerful, very learned witch, she's also very dumb in terms of the plot, in terms of figuring things out. It seems like with her intelligence, she would be able to figure out some of Voldemort's plans, hopefully help the kids in some way, but she always seems to be one step behind Snape or Dumbledore, which, again, according to this theory, says is by design. And as I said, it's probably not too serious of a theory. It's just interesting to point out some of the inconsistencies in these characters. And this was all before actually the last book in the series. So the person who wrote out this theory suggested maybe that the big reveal at the end of the last book might be that McGonagall was a Death Eater all along, which obviously never happened, but it is still a theory. How are Horcruxes made? So we know generally how Horcruxes are made. You prepare your soul for splitting, you kill someone, and your soul splits, and then you somehow channel it into an item or a snake, and then Horcrux. But we don't really know the specifics of it. It's never explained in the books, at least not to any kind of in-depth level, and we don't really get a step-by-step guide to it. It's just kind of just split your soul and then kill someone, and that is as much as we get. James or Lily could have been the other's secret keeper. Is honestly a massive plot hole, and now I'm really annoyed. So we all know the story of James and Lily on the run from Lord Voldemort, and they go into hiding with Peter Pettigrew being the secret keeper for the house. And this essentially means that even if Voldemort finds the house, he can walk up to it, he can look through the windows, and all he will see is an empty house. There is no way physically of him ever finding the Potters, unless the Secret Keeper reveals their secret. And obviously this was Peter Pettigrew betraying the Potters, and this ended up with the Potters being killed. And so we always just assumed as you're reading this that the Secret Keeper has to be someone external, which is why they chose Peter for this. But then later on you find about Bill being the keeper of the Shell Cottage, in which he is also hiding, and Arthur being the keeper for the Burrow, with also Dumbledore being the keeper for 12 Grimmauld Place. And these people that I just listed, they all either visited or lived in these various locations, which begs the question, why in the mother of heck did James and Lily Potter not make each other their secret keepers? Or at least even one of them. Like, James could have been the secret keeper for his house, and then he's obviously never going to betray his family, so they would just eternally be able to hide from Voldemort. So this would remove all chance of being betrayed, and Voldemort would never ever find them. And they don't really answer this in the series. It would have been so simple, I think, so straightforward to do, but it is never really brought up again, and to me, it seems like one of the more glaring plot holes in the entire series. The Gringotts break-in and Voldemort's death happen on the same day. So this is a very interesting point in that a large part of the story of the Deathly Hallows takes place in just 24 hours. So within 24 hours, you have the group go from the beach to the leaky cauldron. Hermione also polyjuices into Bellatrix. The rest are then disguised in various ways. Then they head into Gringotts. They go down the cart through the vault, or down to the vaults rather. They steal the Hufflepuff cup. I almost said Hufflepuffle again. All while the vault's treasures are like multiplying like crazy. They almost drown, suffocate. Then they jump on a dragon. It smashes through Gringotts. They fly for several hours north on the back of this dragon. Then they apparate into Hogsmeade. They speak with Aberforth. They sneak into Hogwarts via the secret tunnels. And they head to the Room of Requirement. Then they rally up Dumbledore's army, they fight off Snape, etc. They rally everyone in the school together, they speak with the Grey Lady who tells them about the Ravenclaw diadem. And so Harry's like, oh, I saw that before. They head back into the Room of Requirement, they find the diadem, they then fight Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle, all while flying around from this crazy cursed fire. Then they head out of the room, they fight some more, they head out of the castle to the Whomping Willow. Harry gets Snape's memory from him. They head to Dumbledore's study with the memory. They watch it back. They head back out into the forest. Harry gets zapped and killed by Voldemort. He is then picked up by Hagrid, who at this time he is with like Dumbledore in the afterlife, and then Hagrid walks all the way back up to the castle with more fighting taking place, and then finally they have their final showdown with Voldemort. Voldemort is killed, and this all takes place within just 24 hours. Obviously without any of them getting any sleep or rest. And this 24 hours does take up a chunk of time in the book, with actually the entire second film more or less taking place within 24 hours, because the last book, as you know, was split up into 2 films, and the last of the second film basically starts off when they leave the beach heading to Gringotts. That awful boy was Snape. So in the Order of the Phoenix, there was this little exchange between Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. And Harry is there, it's regarding Dementors, and referencing Lily, Harry's mum. The passage goes, I heard that awful boy telling her about them years ago, she said jerkily. And then Harry goes, if you mean my mum and dad, why don't you just use their names, said Harry loudly. But Aunt Petunia basically ignores him, and she just seems horribly flustered, doesn't respond. And so Harry does think that she's referring to Lily and James Potter, with James, his dad, being that horrible boy. Except this couldn't have been the case, because as we know, James and Lily didn't really start talking, they didn't really meet until they were a little bit older. But, for example, Lily and Snape did know each other as kids. And so Harry assumes that we're talking about his dad, and then it's just kind of brushed away. But if he had actually asked Aunt Petunia, or tried to get it out of her some way, or asked her to clarify, then she might have told him more about Snape knowing Lily, and this would have also told the audience. And we might have got more information about Snape and his love for Lily earlier in the story. The magic gene is a pretty simple one. It's the fact that magic in the Harry Potter universe basically gets passed down through genes. And it is said that the magic gene is just incredibly resilient, meaning that a witch or wizard could, for instance, marry a muggle family, and then they could marry another muggle, they could marry another muggle, or rather the children of them could marry muggles. We're not talking about multiple wives here, but the point is you can have like 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, whatever generations of pure muggle with one magical ancestor like way up in your family tree, and you could eventually have just a random witch or wizard born from this muggle family, which is how you get witches or wizards like Hermione who are muggle born, or mudblood if you're Draco. But this also brings up a few questions, because for example, Voldemort's physical body was destroyed on that fateful night when he killed the Potter parents, because he only existed after that in his spirit form. And so then he was brought back into the physical world and he got a new body, but he was still able to cast magic, which means the ability to cast magic is probably just linked to your soul. But then that begs the question of how do genes work in terms of souls? And there's probably some deeper answer here, but I just haven't been able to work it out. And if you figure out an answer to this, please let me know in the comments down below. Sally Ann Perks. So in the first books, as you can imagine, the surname Perks is just one surname before Potter, alphabetically. And so when the kids are doing the sorting hat ceremony, they go through all the names and then they call Sally Ann Perks, and then afterwards they call Harry Potter. And so this is just kind of ignored. She's just one of the kids in the school. But then we never hear from Sally Ann ever again. Later on in the Order of the Phoenix, whilst they're doing their OWL exams, the students are again called by name, and once again they are called alphabetically, and all except one name is there, Sally Ann Perks. So people on the internet have come up with like these entire backstories and histories and everything for this character, explaining that like she was a kid who had like American parents, and then she was sent to Hogwarts for the first year, but then after the whole return of Voldemort and the troll in the dungeons, etc., her parents were just like, nope, we're taking her out of school, we're moving back to America, and then sending her to a magical school over there. And it's kind of hilarious. People have come up with like personalities for even the parents. Like her mom was American and she moved to Britain even though she didn't really want to, and she preferred American food. She didn't like tea. She always hated Britain, and then this was her one excuse to kind of go back to America. But either way, whatever theory you come up with for this, it is a little strange that Sally Ann is never mentioned again. Hagrid kept alive to carry Harry out of the forest. So this was a well-known detail fairly early on in J.K. Rowling's writing, where J.K. Rowling had one of the final scenes in the series being, of course, Hagrid carrying Harry dead out of the forest. And she wasn't too sure about the rest of the plot, how she could bring Harry back from the dead, what happened to everyone else. But that was just one scene which she kept in her head from the very beginning. And so it did kind of build this unofficial plot armor around Hagrid, because if she wanted to stay with the scene of him carrying Harry, then obviously he needed to be alive. And so she didn't kill him throughout the entire series, and that's probably a good thing, as in my opinion, Hagrid was one of the best characters in the entire series. Madame Pince is Snape's mother. So this is a theory that can be quite quickly Expelliarmused, I think, out of existence, or at least out of this video. But Snape's mother, Eileen Prince, married Snape's dad, Tobias Snape, and had a fairly unhappy marriage, and then we don't really hear much about Snape's family life after this. It is known that he did inherit the family home, and so his parents, it was suspected by the modern day, by the time he was 40, were thought very likely to be dead. But this theory says that the school librarian, Irma Pintz, is secretly Snape's mum, mostly because her name is an anagram for I'm a Prince, which was the maiden name of Snape's mother, which I think isn't good enough of a reason, but also the two were described somewhat similarly. They both had pale skin, dark hair, they were pretty rude to students, and the theory says that Dumbledore agreed to house and protect Snape's mother in exchange for Snape's loyalty. And that is the theory, at least. You would think that if this were the case, they would at least dedicate some, I was going to say screen time, but if it's in a book, that's page time, I guess, to this theory, to this story, as it seems like kind of a major plot point, unless J.K. Rowling wanted to keep it absolutely, completely secret. But I don't really see that being the case. Other unregistered Animagi. So of the unregistered Animagi that we know, there are Sirius Black, a large dog, James Potter, a stag, pretty cool, Peter Pettigrew, a rat, and Rita Skeeter, a beetle. And for the most part, as far as the series goes, these are pretty much all of the unregistered Animagi that we know. But of course, if there were more that we didn't know of, then we wouldn't know of them. So it's a little bit hard to tell. But there is a theory that says that McGonagall was unregistered in the first film. And this was just based on one scene at the very start, where Dumbledore, if you remember, goes to the Dursley's house and he sees a cat and he says, "Hello, McGonagall," and then she transforms into a human and is all like, "That's strange, how did you know it was me?" Like, surely if you were teaching at a school as a registered Animagus, and you were using this cat form in school in Hogwarts, as we later see, then surely Dumbledore would just know about it. McGonagall wouldn't say, "Oh, how did you know it was me?" Like, I don't know, maybe because you turn into a cat in every single class you teach. So it was thought that maybe she was unregistered at the time, and then after this scene, Dumbledore perhaps suggests to her that she should maybe register her Animagus status. But that is just a theory. A film theory, or book theory. And if you think about it, the potential of alternate Animaguses who aren't registered could be like an endless list. Like, you could be walking around the forest and you see like a beetle or an ant or a spider or a bird flying in the sky or a cat or a toad or an owl, and these could in theory all be Animagi, but we just don't know about it. Bill and Percy had time turners. So in The Prisoner of Azkaban, we learnt that Hermione is taking so many subjects, 12 to be precise, that she can't possibly have time to attend them all, and so she's allowed to use a time turner in order to help her manage her time better. And later she ends up dropping 2 of her subjects, and so passes later on with 10 owls, which is still a pretty good result. But we also know that Bill and Percy Weasley both achieved, while they were in school, 12 owls, which is something even Hermione couldn't do, even with the time turner. So this has led to some theories that perhaps Bill and Percy actually used time turners in order to help them with their classes. Except J.K. Rowling later said that Hermione was in fact the first student to be allowed the use of time turners in Hogwarts, meaning that, okay, if this theory isn't true, that means that Bill and Percy were absolute geniuses. Like, they were smarter and more hardworking than Hermione, even without the use of a time turner. And yes, perhaps they did extra work, perhaps they did summer school, or they spent way longer studying. And of course, they didn't have to waste time doing all the shenanigans that Hermione did, trying to defeat and take down Lord Voldemort. But it is still incredibly impressive. Did Lavender die? Is a very good question, because it's not entirely clear in the books whether or not she did. And you'll see what I mean if you read this particular passage. It says that 2 bodies fell from the balcony overhead. As they reached the ground, a grey blur that Harry took for an animal sped 4-legged across the hall to sink its teeth into one of the fallen. "No!" shrieked Hermione, and with a deafening blast from her wand, Fenrir Greyback was thrown backwards from the feebly stirring body of Lavender Brown. And then Lavender Brown isn't really mentioned again after this. The films seem to understand that absolutely Lavender died, being ripped apart by Greyback, but in the passage in the books, there are constant debates about exactly what the words mean. Does the line "Greyback sped 4-legged across the hall to sink its teeth into one of the fallen," does that mean that he was intending to sink his teeth, or that he had already sunk his teeth into Lavender? And Fenrir Greyback was thrown backwards from the feebly stirring body of Lavender Brown? Does that mean that Fenrir was close to her and then he was thrown backwards? Or that he was already on top of her, attacking her, and then he was thrown backwards off her? And was Lavender in a state of feeble stirring because she had just been attacked by Greyback, or because she had just fallen off the balcony? So yeah, as I said, the books don't really give a satisfying answer to this. The films say clearly that she died, but the internet seems to be quite sufficiently torn. Owl tracking magic. So in the Harry Potter universe, owls are just kind of amazing. You grab an owl, you give it a letter, and you say, "Hello, little owl." You say, "Go and find Sirius or Dumbledore or anyone you want and give this letter to them." And then they just fly away, and they always seem to find that person. Unless, of course, they are blasted out of the sky by a Death Eater. Maybe that was too soon. But this owl magic is never really explored properly in the series. Like, owls can find people anywhere, like even in hiding. In which case, why can't the Ministry just put like a tracker on an owl and then say like, "Go find this, criminal," and then it'll just take them straight to them? Sirius received letters from Harry, even though he didn't have a permanent address. Ron and Hermione received letters delivered by Hedwig inside 12 Grimmauld Place, even though the house was currently under the Fidelius charm at the time. So like, could Voldemort just have gotten an owl, attached like an apple tag to it or something, and then just said, "Find James and Lily Potter," and then like, he wouldn't even need Peter Pettigrew? It is, seemingly, as it's never really explored, perhaps quite possible. The Elder Wand is self-fulfilling. So this is just a small, really quite interesting detail or theory, but wands typically are buried with their owners. And as it says in the Tales of Beedle the Bard, most witches and wizards prefer a wand that has chosen them to any kind of second-hand wand, precisely because the latter is less likely to have learned habits from its previous owner that might not be compatible with the new user's style of magic. The general practice of burying or burning the wand with its owner once he or she has died also tends to prevent any individual wand learning from too many masters. So, okay, that's kind of interesting. Wands can learn from their masters, they can pick up habits, etc. And it can also be presumed that they can also become more powerful, because the passage further goes on to state, believers in the Elder Wand, however, hold that because of the way in which it has always passed allegiance between owners, the next master overcoming the first, usually by killing him, the wand has never been destroyed or buried, but has survived to accumulate wisdom, strength, and power far beyond the ordinary. So there's a possible theory here that the Elder Wand was just a slightly above average wand all the way back when it was created, and since the Peverell brothers were powerful wizards, the wand itself built some pretty decent strength. Then when the myth of it being this Elder Wand started to build up, and everyone started to kill one another for the wand, and and since the wielder of it would rarely die by like natural means, they were almost always killed in some way or had it stolen, and so as you can imagine, the Elder Wand would never have been buried or burnt, meaning that it basically stayed in circulation all throughout the years, constantly building up knowledge and wisdom and power, and so what started off perhaps as a somewhat powerful wand ended up over hundreds of years learning more, absorbing more power and wisdom, and becoming the all-powerful Elder Wand. Voldemort's Halloween costume. So this is a hilarious little detail that I honestly missed on my first read through, but in the Deathly Hallows we get some insight into the night that Voldemort visited the Potters and went to kill them. And during this time we get this section in the book. The night wet and windy, two children dressed as pumpkins waddling across the square, and the shop windows covered in paper spiders, all the tawdry muggle trappings of a world in which they did not believe. And he, being Lord Voldemort, was gliding along, that sense of purpose and power and rightness in him that he always knew on these occasions. Not anger, that was for weaker souls than he. But triumph? Yes. He had waited for this, he had hoped for it. Nice costume, mister. He saw the small boy's smile falter as he ran near enough to see beneath the hood of the cloak, saw the fear cloud his painted face, then the child turned and ran away. Beneath the robe, he fingered the handle of his wand. One simple movement, and the child would never reach his mother. But unnecessary. Quite unnecessary. So literally, this kid said to Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord, to his face, he told him that he was so ugly that he was wearing a Halloween costume, and then just kind of turned and ran away like an absolute boss, and never faced any repercussions. Hagrid flying in the Philosopher's Stone. So in the very first book, as we all know, Harry gets bombarded with letters, and then Vernon with the Dursleys and Harry try to basically get away from all the letters, and Vernon takes the entire family out to sea. They go on this little boat to this tiny little island, and they stay in this shack. And then Hagrid eventually finds them, he kicks down the door, he gives Harry his cake for his birthday, and then says, you know, "You're a wizard, Harry." And then when Harry asks how Hagrid got here, he said that he flew. Except, how exactly did he fly? Like, there's no magical motorbike anywhere to be seen. They in fact take the boat back to the shore, and he can't fit on a broomstick or on thestrals, as he later says so himself, and he can't just magically fly. Like, there's only an absolute handful of people who are able to do that, being of course Snape and Voldemort, and probably Dumbledore, but certainly not a half wizard, half giant who left school in his third year and never really learnt any advanced magic. And this is just a complete mystery. It's never answered. There's no real decent theories for it. As I said, Harry and Hagrid end up leaving on a boat, which raises another question. If he took the only boat that was on the island, because it was the same boat that the Dursleys came here on, then Hagrid basically left the Dursleys, including a child, out on the middle of this island in the middle of nowhere with no boat in order to get back to the mainland. And this is just completely brushed under the rug. I don't even know what to say. He did crush Harry's birthday cake, he says, which kind of implies that he was sitting somewhere, but on what? We don't really know. Or whether he was telling the truth about flying, or whether he was just saying it to impress Harry, we also don't know. And so yeah, it's just a bit of a strange one. Myrtle had information about the Chamber of Secrets. So this one personally always just bugged me a little bit, but Harry and his friends obviously speak with Myrtle. They find out how she died, which leads to them figuring out basically about the basilisk and about eventually the Chamber of Secrets. But it just always confused me, like how nobody else thought to ask Myrtle. Like nobody at all, not even Dumbledore. Like you'd think he'd just go in there, interview Myrtle, find out how she died, and then someone as smart as Dumbledore would be like, yeah, that probably sounds like a basilisk. And then go through the school records, find out about these basilisk attacks in the past, and then maybe triangulate the position, link it up to the girls' toilets, and then himself find the Chamber of Secrets. But no, he doesn't really seem to do any of that in his entire time in Hogwarts, and it takes some 12-year-olds basically to figure out this entire secret and to save the school from this killer basilisk. And it's also a little strange that Myrtle, who was basically living in this bathroom the entire time, like, it's pretty strange that she never witnesses the chamber opening or the basilisk coming out of the pipes or anything, or if she does witness it, why she never mentions it to anyone. So yeah, very strange. My theory is that Moaning Myrtle is a Death Eater, and that's why she doesn't help anyone out with this information. But in all seriousness, I don't really know. The Hogwarts toilets flush into the lake is a hilarious one, and it is absolutely canon. It is proven by J.K. Rowling, which, as Death Eater Myrtle explains in the Goblet of Fire, she is sometimes flushed down from these toilets into the Great Lake. Meaning, yes, all of the waste from the toilets, from the sinks and the showers, everything likely just gets dumped in the Great Lake. Thousands of liters a year of just raw sewage being dumped into the home of the mer people and the great squid, as well as countless other creatures and animals. Like, it's honestly just rude. Now, the thought in some people's headcanon is that the magic that the wizards originally used before bathrooms were installed in Hogwarts, you know, the magic they used to magic away their waste, that somehow there was a filtration system set up with this same magic, so that when the stuff is flushed from the toilet, the bad stuff just gets kind of magicked away in a filtration system, and then what flushes out to the Great Lake is really just pure clean water. Which, that is one solution for it, but it is never really talked about or proven in series, and so it seems like they are just pumping raw sewage into this lake. Hermione almost transferred to Beauxbatons is a theory that says that when Hermione and her family went to France in the summer after her second year, that this was because her parents were secretly considering transferring her to Beauxbatons, which is that lovely French school. But they found out, apparently, according to this theory, this headcanon, that Beauxbatons was just as crazy as Hogwarts, and so they decided to, you know, they may as well just keep her there. That is, at least, as I said, according to this theory. Inventing spells. So this is something that's touched on a few times in the series, like for example with Snape inventing Sectum Sempra, and also its counter curse or its cure, except we're not really sure how creating spells is even done. Is it something like inventing physics equations? You know, like E equals mc squared, for example, which is more akin to like discovering them, meaning that there would be thousands, millions of spells out there just waiting to be discovered. Like, is this what witches and wizards are doing? And I don't think it is, because it seems like magic spells would just be discovered by people at random then. Like, it wouldn't necessarily match the personality or the intent of the witch or wizard. And so, for example, with Snape's spell, he was looking to get revenge on people, to cut them, to damage them, and like, what are the odds that he would just randomly discover this particular spell? It seems far more likely that spells are genuinely invented and that the words that trigger them are chosen carefully, the wand movements they use are also chosen carefully, and it seems like you need to be an insanely powerful witch or wizard in order to just invent spells. And I could probably talk for a really long time on this topic, because it is very fascinating to really get into, like the origins of magic, what exactly magic is in the Harry Potter universe. But the idea, at least in my mind, is that magic is kind of like wishful thinking, in that hypothetically, if you just imagine for a moment you had the most powerful witch or wizard in existence, like 1,000,000 times more powerful than Dumbledore or Voldemort, that they would be able to just think things with their mind and they would happen in reality. So they wouldn't even use spells, they wouldn't even use a wand. It would just be like, oh, yeah, I want raindrops to be made out of chocolate milkshake. Or all milk is now made out of glass. All rabbits in the universe are now tennis balls, and then it would just happen. They would think of just being halfway across the world, and then it would just happen. And basically whatever they imagined in their mind would come into reality. But since it is basically impossible to be that powerful in reality, like, you get my point, just complete control of reality only using their thoughts. And so when you think about it, what really are spells? Like, they're saying, look, I want to levitate this thing, but I don't have the mental ability or the will or the focus in order to just do it. And so there's a spell that's created that focuses your mind with certain words, like, for example, Leviosa, which, you know, kind of sounds like levitate. And so it gets your subconscious mind involved, and the wand then further focuses your mind on this object, allowing the wizard to cast these very limited, very focused spells. And I also think of this as something like affirmations. You know, people do positive affirmations saying, like, in front of a mirror, I am confident, I am brave, I am worthy of love. And it's funny that just in our normal world, outside of magic, words like this can actually be insanely powerful. And so you'd think if you say the right spell, say Sectum Sempra, it could bring up kind of thoughts of cutting and attacking. And maybe the words in the spell don't really have any meaning, but just like a meditation, they work to hone your mind on just a single idea, on a single intent. And this is why spells in the Harry Potter universe work. And so, as we covered earlier, this is partly why most witches and wizards can't use Avada Kedavra, because firstly, they're not powerful enough, but secondly, even if they say the words and they swish the wand, there's just no intent in their mind to just viciously, cold-bloodedly kill someone. And so I think with magic, with spells, intent is almost everything. And just before we head on to the next entry, there is a really interesting part of this that you can kind of dive into the etymology of the word spell, which might help us a little better understand the magic in the Harry Potter universe. So spell originally came about to be something that was spoken out loud, and that's basically where we get the word gospel from, being short for more or less the good spell, meaning the good news essentially. But if you cast a spell on someone, you're essentially just speaking at them, and another word for speaking is chanting. And so someone who is under a chant, they would be enchanted. And so you don't really even need magic for any of this. You know, if I go around speaking to people, telling them like, yes, it's a good idea to go and destroy the bell tower, and then they do destroy the bell tower, I have chanted at them, I have spelled at them, and so they are technically enchanted and they are under the effect of my spell. And this again goes into the magic that words have, because say for example there was a spell in which you needed your mind to be like really terrified, like really scared in order for the spell to work. If you were inventing this spell, you would probably come up with some words that were like a little spooky. Like you couldn't just have your spell as like fluffy bunnies or something like that, or marshmallow angel rainbows or something. It would need to be like skeletal mortis or like a really short horror story or something. Like the words themselves would need to elicit the emotion that you're trying to attain with the spell. Like as another example, the spell ridiculous. And if you think about the intent of the spell, you're seeing this really terrifying thing and you're trying to tell your mind that what you're looking at should be or is ridiculous in order to kind of soothe yourself so you don't get too scared. And so obviously the word ridiculous just is very straightforward. You're telling your mind like, this is ridiculous, 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 ridiculous. And it then does become ridiculous. And then when people would say this, it would elicit this emotion in their mind, which would focus their mind, which their intent to do the spell would then more likely be successful. And I know that was a really roundabout kind of tangent on it, but I do really love the origins of things, especially words, etymologies, and with just how powerful words, especially in our universe, can be when used correctly. Foreign intervention during war refers to how in the Second Wizarding War, from the return of Voldemort basically through to his defeat, we don't really get any foreign wizards or foreign armies or anything like that coming over to Britain in order to help the people against Voldemort. And there are huge schools in America, in Africa, in Asia, and in Europe, and they could send over thousands of wizards over to Britain just lickety-split in an instant, but in the series at least, we don't really see anything. And it's likely in my eyes that they're kind of partly keeping to themselves. You know, they partly don't want to get involved, just like in our normal Muggle world. It's like, how long did other countries, for example, take to get involved in World War II? It was a good few years for, say, Britain and France, and a good few more years for even America. And from Voldemort's official return to his death, it was only around 2 years. So maybe if the war went on for 5 years, 10 years, maybe other nations would have got involved, but we don't really know. Crabbe destroyed the Room of Requirement. So in the final battle of Hogwarts, when Harry and his friends and Malfoy and his gang are in the Room of Requirement, Crabbe ends up casting the Fiend Fire spell, which, as Hermione describes it, fiend fire, cursed fire. It's one of the substances that destroy Horcruxes, but I would never ever have dared use it. It's so dangerous. And with a later description reading, it was not normal fire. Crabbe had used a curse of which Harry had no knowledge. As they turned a corner, the flames chased them as though they were alive, sentient, and intent on killing them. Now the fire was mutating, forming a gigantic pack of fiery beasts. Flaming serpents, chimeras, and dragons rose and fell and rose again, and the detritus of centuries on which they were feeding was thrown up in the air into their fanged mouths, tossed high on clawed feet before being consumed by the inferno. And so this spell was cast, this dark magic flame was consuming the entire room, the Room of Requirement, and it ultimately ended up destroying the Diadem Horcrux and destroying everything else in the room before Harry and Co and Draco ended up escaping the room. They left the room, they shut the door behind them, and that was it. We don't really know what happened to the Room of Requirement, whether this eternal fire seemingly destroyed the entire room, whether this just perhaps destroyed the storage version of the room and not any of the other versions, or whether the fire itself just ceased to exist when Crabbe had died. Muggles derived abracadabra from Avada Kedavra. So this is a very interesting theory, which popped up quite a few years ago. But the general kind of consensus for this spell within the Harry Potter universe, or really outside of the Harry Potter universe, like, it's widely considered that we had the term abracadabra, and then J.K. Rowling, as she was writing this book, basically turned it into a wizarding spell from abracadabra to Avada Kedavra. But within the universe of Harry Potter, it is thought that the spell was actually first. So wizards came up with Avada Kedavra, they started killing people here and there, the muggles overheard them as they were shouting this, and over time what they heard kind of was muddled and it became in muggle language abracadabra. And so you had kids going like abracadabra, like, you know, magicians, because they remember way back when they were being attacked by wizards and witches that they were using Avada Kedavra on people, and that's just the spell that they remember. Human workers and guards at Azkaban refers to how after Voldemort died, the Dementors could no longer be trusted to guard Azkaban because they had sided with Voldemort. So since it's impossible to actually kill Dementors, they were forced out of Azkaban by the Auras, by the new ministry, and so you have to have someone to guard this new prison, or this old prison rather, and to do that they used basically a rotating selection of Auras. And this is basically all canon, and so it probably made Azkaban into a less cruel and devastating place, but it also unleashed all of these Dementors out into the world. They weren't hanging around Azkaban anymore. They were just out and about, sucking random people, and that's probably not too good for the general population. Aberforth fucks goats this is a common theory, and it's based on this line in the books. "Hagrid, look at what I've got for relatives," Harry said furiously. "Look at the Dursleys." "Ah, an excellent point," said Professor Dumbledore. "My own brother Aberforth was prosecuted for practicing inappropriate charms on a goat. It was all over the papers, but did Aberforth hide? No, he did not. He held his head high and went about his business as usual. Of course, I'm not entirely sure he can read, so that may not have been bravery." And so, what were these inappropriate charms that he was prosecuted for? Well, some say that he was having, relations with goats. Others say that these charms were just to keep the goats clean, to keep them less messy, to keep their horns nice and curly. And so it was more like a goat maintenance charm. And others say that this was a charm to allow goats to, instead of producing milk, to produce ale, because he ran a bar and so he could basically produce infinite milk from a few goats. But truth be told, we don't really know the details of what these charms were. But if you have any bright ideas about what these goat charms might have been, as always, let me know in the comments below. The Boggart's true form, and can Moody actually see them? So Boggarts are very strange creatures. They've apparently never been seen in their true forms, and so nobody knows what they actually look like. As you can obviously imagine, every time they're seen, or they're about to be seen, or anything like that, they just transform themselves into the greatest fear of whoever is looking at them, which my greatest fear would probably be an empty cup of tea. The horror. But in this part, in the Order of the Phoenix, they're all chilling around Grimmauld Place, and they suspect that there's a Boggart in one of the desks in the house. They hear rattling around and stuff, and they think it might be, but they're not too sure, so they ask Mad-Eye Moody to check if it is a Boggart. And from downstairs, he swivels his magical eye upwards through the ceiling and says, "Drawing room," he growled as the pupil contracted. "Desk in the corner? Yeah, I see it. Yep, it's a Boggart. You want me to go up and get rid of it, Molly?" And so, at least according to this passage, it seems like his fake magical eye actually saw the Boggart through the floorboards, through the walls, and through this desk, and he somehow identifies it as a Boggart. Which begs the question, what exactly did he see? Did he perhaps see his greatest fear? Like, did the Boggart know that Mad-Eyed Moody was looking at it and just transform into like a Voldemort stuck in the cupboard or something? And so if he sees this, he could probably reason, okay, it's probably not Voldemort just hiding up in the cupboard. So the only thing that will really transform into something like that would be a Boggart. Or did he genuinely see a raw, untransformed form of a Boggart? In which case, like, what the hell? Why is this never brought up again or explored? And what exactly does a Boggart look like? Riddle's classmates would have been sent home during the Blitz. So when Voldemort was a kid, he spent some of the peak World War II years at Hogwarts, which means during these years, Hogwarts will have at the end of the year sent all of the kids from Hogwarts back to their homes, and the ones who lived in London would have been sent straight back into the Blitz. Tom Riddle was, of course, attending an orphanage in London, and so he would have just been sent straight back into the war, just like an 11, 12, 13-year-old kid. And so it's never really explained whether they moved the kids out or they kept them in Hogwarts for that time. But then again, they did send Harry back to the Dursleys every year, so it doesn't seem like they have the best track record for taking care of their students after they leave the school. The Department of Mysteries is a stunningly fascinating entry, and Harry ends up exploring it in the Order of the Phoenix, and we'll go over a few things, but if you'll remember earlier how we talked about spells and wands all really just being like a conduit, like a focusing of raw magical power that seems to exist in the universe, exist within magical beings or people. The next question would be, what exactly is this raw magical energy? And this is something that the Ministry or Department of Mysteries seems to want to explore further. And so if you'll kind of imagine for this analogy, you have a piece of card with like loads of holes dug out of it, and you have a single light bulb placed below the card. From the top, you wouldn't be able to see the light bulb. You would just see each individual hole shining a light outwards. And so this analogy, I guess, would be each hole would be like one hole would be spells, one hole would be potions, one hole would be, I don't know, magical objects, but they all come from the same source, that is the light bulb, and that would be the magic that is flowing through the Harry Potter universe. And these raw magical sources or occurrences in the universe seem to be stuff like love, stuff like time, like thoughts, and like the universe itself. And Sandbook made a really great post about this on Reddit, but she, I'm not really too sure, but they point out that Dumbledore in the very first book refers to music as a magic beyond all we do here. So music, it seems, taps into this rawness of magic, as does love, as we saw with the protection of Harry due to his mother's love sacrifice, as that itself was just pure love magic. There was no potions involved, no spells or incantations or wands, just pure raw emotion. And that seems to be essentially what magic is. And this love magic was so powerful, as you all know, that it was able to deflect a killing curse, a normally unstoppable killing curse, from one of the most powerful wizards of all time. It was able to deflect it from a baby. So that is the result of tapping into this direct source. So as Dumbledore says, there is a room in the Department of Mysteries that is kept locked at all times. It contains a force that is at once more powerful and more terrible than death, than human intelligence, than forces of nature. It is also perhaps the most mysterious of the many subjects for study that reside there. It is the power held within that room that you possess in such high quantities, and which Voldemort has not at all. That power took you to save Sirius tonight. That power also saved you from possession by Voldemort, because he could not bear to reside in a body so full of the force he detests. In the end, it mattered not that you could close your mind, as it was your heart that saved you. Then there is the Room of Time, where we see all of the time turners. They're clearly studying time itself there and kind of bottling it up, these little manipulators that are the time turners. And nearby this, there is also the Room of Prophecies, which would highly be connected to time magic. Then we have the Room of Death, which has the veil in, this strange portal archway seemingly to death, to the afterlife, which various people, Harry included, are described as hearing voices of the people beyond the veil, people that have died. And so what exactly is this afterlife? Where does it go? Where is it? Who built this gateway? How does it work? And the truth is, nobody really knows. There is quite a common theory that the Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows, was actually made from Cadmus Peveril, just chipping a piece of this arch and then fine-tuning it with magic. And it is kind of a cool theory. It does kind of represent the veil in a way. The veil seems to be a passing between life and death, and this ring seems to be able to do just that, to kind of bring people from the veil from beyond death into our world, however imperfectly. And I know we keep going on about theories here, but they are super fascinating, some of them. But one theory says that the Deathly Hallows can actually make you the Master of Death. And that was because the Peverell brothers basically found this, this archway, and then they made the ring, they made the wand from thestral hair, which is a creature often linked to death. And they also made the invisibility cloak, which shields you or hides you from death. And so if you'll just imagine for a second, these magical items being like purely mechanical, there's no hiding from death, there's no death figure floating around. It's just the death of this veil and going beyond it. So maybe the brothers found this, they were experimenting with it, putting animals through it, and they figured out that, okay, anything that goes through this veil just ends up dying. And so they invented a means to basically avoid death. So the theory goes that you would put the cloak on top of you, you would cover yourself in the invisibility cloak, and this would shield you from dying as you went through the veil. The Elder Wand would be the only possible wand that would work beyond the veil, which means you could actually manipulate things and do stuff once you got through. And the ring, it was thought, would kind of reopen this gateway or portal as it kind of does in our universe. It opens the veil for a second, wherever you are, just for the dead people to come back through into the physical realm. So it's thought that, yeah, if you had all 3 Deathly Hallows, you could go through the veil without dying, you could manipulate things with the Elder Wand, and then when you were ready, you could use the ring to open up the portal again and walk through back into the physical reality, which I think is just an absolutely fascinating theory. And that's without even getting into the origin of the veil, where it came from, who built it, if anyone. My personal headcanon theory is that it was just this kind of ball of energy, just this kind of tear in reality, linking our world to the world of death. And then whoever found it, some very clever people, they built this arch around it. They charmed the arch to kind of, contain the energy. And that is essentially what became this arched veil. But honestly, let me know down below if you have a better theory for this. And once this veil was found, the Ministry of Magic was essentially built on top of it. And it was here that they started to study love, started to study time, as maybe this particular area that the veil was in had especially thin dividers between all of this pure magic. So the connection to love was maybe extra strong, as was the connection with time magic, as was the connection with thoughts, which are represented likely by these brains in jars. And after Ron actually gets attacked by these brains with them kind of wrapping their tentacles around him, it is stated that there were still deep welts on his forearm where the brain's tentacles had wrapped around him. According to Madame Pomfrey, thoughts could leave deeper scarring than almost anything else. Again, going back to our idea of thoughts being incredibly powerful and of them being the origin and source of spells. So honestly, I'll stop here before I ramble on for too long, but this is an absolutely fascinating topic, the origins of magic, what even magic is in the Harry Potter universe. But again, this is a very deep topic, and any thoughts you may have about this, any theories, absolutely let me know down in the comments below. I will read every single one of them, as I would love to hear your thoughts on this. The Unspeakables are the name of these top secret government agents who work for the Ministry of Secrets, as they are tasked with working there and are basically bound by silence. So they're not allowed to talk about anything that they do, about any of the work they do or are involved in, and they're basically akin to either spies or secret government agents. The high number of pro Quidditch players. So I think this just has to do with J.K. Rowling's notoriously bad math skills. But in magical Britain, there are between sort of 2,500 and 3,000 witches and wizards. And this is based on her estimate, with muggles outnumbering witches and wizards by around 25,000 to 1, and there being around 70 million muggles in the UK, which means there would be around 2,500 2,000 to 3,000 magical people. So we also have 13 professional Quidditch teams in the UK, each consisting of 7 players aside, with likely backup players, subs, also coaches, trainers, managers, all that. So let's say at like a minimum, there's like 15 to 20 people per professional team. And so 13 teams, that's around 210 to 260 people professionally in the sport of Quidditch. And with the UK population being what it is, this would be around 10% of the population are involved in professional Quidditch. And actually, no, that's not quite right, because I have just looked up the average population between the ages of 18 and 40, which is, I think, quite a reasonable athlete range. And this tends to be around 50% of the population, which means of the like roughly 1,200 applicable people, 20% of them would be involved in professional Quidditch. And that is, of course, ignoring all of the other magical, albeit smaller, sports played across the nation, which 20% is an insane number, especially when you consider that less than 1% of our, normal muggle world are actually professional athletes. Hagrid's conception is, Hagrid's father was a human wizard and his mother was a giant, hence Hagrid being famously half giant, which just begs the question. His father was probably 5 to 6 feet and his mother was full on giant, like 18 to 22 feet probably. And just honestly, how would this relationship be even structurally possible? Like, did Hagrid's father cast Ingorgio on himself? I'm not too sure. It is certainly possible, but it is still a very curious topic and entry to think about. The Nintendo purchase deal. So just a quick one, but Nintendo was one of the original companies that actually offered to buy the original material from J.K. Rowling. But she was in talks with a few other companies and eventually ended up going with Warner Bros. And yeah, the rest is history. The Christmas album refers to a magical time of year, which was a Christmas album released in 2019 in order to raise money for J.K. Rowling's charity, Lumos. And very fun if you want to take a listen of it. It features Filch singing White Christmas, for example. It also features Nagini, the snake, or the woman who plays Nagini, because if she was in her snake form, then the singing would just be like... But she sings Let It Snow. There's also Griphook / Professor Flitwick singing Merry Christmas, everyone. And there are a bunch more songs sung by either actors or actresses from, for example, the Fantastic Beasts films or the Cursed Child stage show. And it's kind of nice if you're a massive, Potterhead and or Christmas fan. So definitely go ahead and check it out. Harry and the Elder Wand. So, I have 2 things to rant about here. One, how they treated the end of the Elder Wand in the books, and also how they treated it in the films. So in the films, Harry kind of fixes his own wand with the Elder Wand, and then just snaps the Elder Wand in half, and then throws it into the lake or off the bridge or whatever, as he says that the Elder Wand is just too powerful, too much of a hassle, that it's best to just destroy it, which firstly, you have the skinny-armed Harry, this little twig of a sixth former, just like snapping the wand like it's nothing. Like, I would understand maybe if you had, Hagrid snap the wand in half. I might understand that, but just this skinny little kid just snapping the wand like nothing, it just begs the question, how hasn't the legendary Elder Wand been snapped in the past? Even not intentionally. What if it was just like in someone's pocket, they sat down in the wrong way? It just seems weird that it would survive these hundreds of years and never snap or break if it actually was this weak. And if we go the book route, where, Harry holds up the wand and then says, no, I don't really want it. Ron calls him mental. You're bloody mental, mate. And then Harry basically says the same thing. He says it's too much power for one person to have, and so he puts it back, he buries it with Dumbledore, and he basically lays the wand there for all eternity. At least that is Harry's plan, which maybe it was because Harry had that like 24 hours of breaking into Gringotts, flying away on a dragon, fighting Lord Voldemort, that maybe he was a bit tired by this point and wasn't thinking properly. But Harry, at this point, is the master of the Elder Wand. And so anyone who defeats him in battle, anyone who disarms him, be it with Expelliarmus or just like physically taken the wand away from him like he did with Draco. Anyone who does this until Harry dies, they are now the new masters of the Elder Wand. And if they are the new masters and the Elder Wand is buried with Dumbledore, then they can just kind of disarm him once, rock up to Dumbledore's tomb, take the Elder Wand, and now they are basically in charge of it. So Harry's whole like, it's too much for one person to handle, it's too dangerous of an artifact. Yeah, his plan doesn't really solve that. Like, Harry kind of does say, when I die, the Elder Wand power will die with me. But like, is he expecting no one to ever disarm him? Like, honestly, what sort of plan even is that? And it might make a tiny bit of sense. Like, it still wouldn't make sense, but it might make more sense if he was gonna live a normal, quiet life, away from perhaps evil dark wizards, away from conflict. But what job and career does he choose? Well, he chooses to become an Auror, eventually becoming the head Auror for the Ministry, whose sole job is basically to go out there and to fight dark wizards. So you're telling me he's never planning to be disarmed? Like, honestly, how arrogant does Harry Potter think he is? Just because he was responsible for defeating the Dark Lord, I think it kind of went to his head. He's like, yeah, I'm the most powerful wizard ever. No one can even disarm me. But as you know, a bunch of the previous Masters of the Wand kind of had their, they were killed in their sleep. Malfoy had his wand snatched away and wrestled away by Harry, which also was without magic. So all it would really take is someone just bumping into Harry, just kind of taking the wand, not even the wand, just Harry's regular wand, and they would by extension become the master of the Elder Wand. And if you say, well, okay, nobody knew that this was the Elder Wand, nobody knew that it was then buried with Dumbledore, it's like, yeah, you don't think anyone in the whole of Hogwarts overheard him like taunting Voldemort when he was fighting Voldemort, and then he was like, yes, it is I who owns this wand now. And then Voldemort had the Elder Wand, and Harry was like, that wand doesn't answer to you, it answers to me. It is the true best wand, or whatever he said. But you get my point, that it was probably just a really crummy plan. And so I think breaking the wand is probably the best plan if he doesn't want anyone else to use it. So I'm happy with Film Harry's decision, but I'm not happy with how easily it was to break the wand. Harry didn't need glasses, they were just a fashion statement. Was something that Daniel Radcliffe said in an interview about, little known facts that you might not know about Harry Potter. And so he said that, his glasses were just a fashion statement. And this might explain why his eyesight was never fixed throughout the entire series. Or it could have been a joke, it was probably most likely a joke, but I will let you decide. Tier 6, Draco is a werewolf. So this is an interesting theory that definitely has some holes, so I don't think I'm fully on board with it. But it basically says that as punishment for Lucius's many, screw-ups, that Voldemort punished him by making Fenrir Greyback bite Draco and turn him into a werewolf. This explains, according to the theory, why Draco looks more scared and sickly and worried in the later books, as he is inflicted with this werewolfness and makes him absolutely terrified. There are also some kind of subtle references where, for example, Voldemort tells Malfoy, or tells Draco, that he can watch the cubs, being Tonks and Lupin's kids, when they are born, which obviously this was a reference to Lupin being a werewolf, and so his kids would be called cubs, kind of. But it's thought that perhaps this was like a subtle jab to Malfoy, or to Draco, I keep calling him Malfoy, as kind of like, you're a werewolf and you can look after the other werewolves, which, granted, a bit of a stretch, that one. Fenrir Greyback was also said to be an expert in hunting and turning children, with him obviously turning Lupin. And so the creator of this theory said that why would they introduce that if they weren't ever going to really use it? And the theory then goes on to say that we never really see Draco's death mark, on his arm as he should have as a Death Eater. Although in the films they do show this mark, but in the books it's kind of a little ambiguous. And as I said, the Cubs comment is likely just a reference to Lupin. So yeah, I'm not too sure if I fully buy this one, but it is certainly a fun theory to at least think about. Crookshanks was the Potter's cat. Is, by contrast, a very fun theory. And so Crookshanks, as we all know, is Hermione's cat. And he's always trying to attack and seemingly kill Scabbers or Peter Pettigrew. And then later, Sirius seems to have quite a good connection with Crookshanks. Crookshanks likes him, he sits on his lap, and Sirius can seemingly communicate with him. Which is interesting because Sirius is kind of a wolf or dog. Like, you'd think Crookshanks would be afraid of him. But Harry later finds a letter written from his mother to Sirius, mentioning in it the cat that they have. So the Potters have a cat that is seemingly friendly with family, friendly with Sirius, wants to attack Peter Pettigrew, who obviously betrayed the Potters, and that is basically the theory, that Crookshanks ran away after the Potters were killed, and somehow he ended up, being picked by Hermione when she was buying her pet before the third year started, and yeah, it could honestly just be, separate, different cats. And other people have said, why doesn't Sirius recognize the cat? If he was friends with the Potter, he probably knew their cat. And honestly, if you had a friend from 12 years ago that had been suddenly killed and then you'd been thrown into this crazy prison where they tortured your memories and drained your mind and all this nonsense for like 12 years, I think it's at least plausible that you wouldn't remember exactly how their cat looked like. And also the cat would have been a lot younger, maybe it was like a kitten or young cat. And so that is probably, at least in my opinion, one of the more believable parts about this theory. Voldemort used Bertha's unborn fetus for resurrection. So this is a very dark theory, but as we see throughout the first few films and books, Voldemort is often described as not really living in the physical world. He's often a ghost or a spirit, or just inhabits like little creatures, be it rats or rodents or what have you, and he's basically living through them and trying to sustain himself for as long as possible. But the point is, he doesn't have a physical body of his own. That is, of course, until this graveyard scene, where we see Voldemort as like this demonic sort of baby creature, and the theory goes that he and Peter Pettigrew, they got this baby from Bertha Jorkins, who was pregnant at the time, and Bertha was a lady who worked for the ministry. She went on a holiday to Albania. She ended up getting tricked and lured in by Peter Pettigrew, and they later ended up torturing her for ministry secrets. They did then kill her, but this theory says that she was pregnant at the time, and that Voldemort used this to his advantage in order to create this sort of like rudimentary body for himself, which, yeah, it's very dark. And I think this is somewhat further kind of proven in a way, or further validates this theory, because in an interview, J.K. Rowling is asked a few things, and I will just read out her answer. But she says that there are two things that I think are too horrible actually to go into detail about. One of them is how Peter Pettigrew brought Voldemort back into a rudimentary body, because I told my editor what I thought happened there, and she looked as though she was going to vomit. So yeah, I could totally see something like this being the case, a theory or piece of information that is so dark it would make someone physically sick. And so I think personally my headcanon is completely on board with this theory. A corpse or ghost passing through the veil. So we went over earlier the veil, death, and potentially some theories regarding the veil, its origins, etc. But what if something that was already dead, like for instance a ghost, happened to pass through the veil? And I mean, I honestly think that they would probably just die like a normal person would and no longer exist as a ghost. Harry has this exchange with Nearly Headless Nick in the Order of Phoenix, and Harry says, so you came back, didn't you? People can come back, right? As ghosts. They don't have to disappear completely. Well, he added impatiently when Nick continued to say nothing. Nearly Headless Nick hesitated and then said, not everyone can come back as a ghost. What do you mean? Said Harry. Wizards can leave an imprint of themselves upon the earth to walk palely where their living selves once trod. But very few wizards choose that path. Why not? Said Harry. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He won't care if it's unusual. He'll come back. I know he will. He will not come back, repeated Nick. He will have gone on. What do you mean gone on? Harry said quickly. Gone on where? Listen, what happens when you die anyway? Where do you go? Why doesn't everyone come back? Why isn't this place just full of ghosts? Why? I cannot answer, said Nick. Well, you're dead, aren't you? Harry said exasperatedly. Who can answer better than you? I was afraid of death, said Nick. I chose to remain behind. I sometimes wonder whether I oughtn't to have. Well, that is neither here nor there. In fact, I am neither here nor there. He gave a small sad chuckle. I know nothing of the secrets of death, Harry, for I chose my feeble imitation of life instead. And so it's clear to me that ghosts in the Potterverse aren't really dead. Like, they are dead, their bodies are dead for sure, but their spirit still seems stubbornly alive. And so going through the veil, I think, would just finish them off. It would destroy their spirit for good and would, for all intents and purposes, just kill them. Dumbledore enchanted Harry's glasses to spy on him is honestly absolutely hilarious when you think about it. Like, it is absolutely something that Dumbledore would do, and it would, as with his, spy network of paintings, of portraits, of chocolate frog cards, and of ghosts, as we covered earlier. These, of course, all being unproven theories. But if he basically bugged Harry's glasses as well, then this would further explain why he can seemingly always see Harry. He knows what he's doing, he knows where he's going, and I would love for this to be like proven, confirmed as canon, but we don't really know. Death Eater Hagrid is... I don't even know what to say about this one, but as you can imagine, this is a theory that basically takes like all of these little hints all over the place, just as we did with McGonagall a little earlier in the video. But it takes all these little hints and tips and things that Hagrid did and said and kind of uses them as evidence towards Hagrid being a Death Eater. For example, it says that Hagrid flew to the island with the Dursleys when only really Voldemort and Snape can fly, so that's pretty spooky. It also lists multiple times where Hagrid basically led the kids into intense danger. He led them into the forest, literally into Voldemort's arms, or ghost arms, or whatever. He also dropped that hint about Fluffy leading the kids to figuring it out, to going down there to secure the Philosopher's Stone, and of course leading him straight to Voldemort. I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that. Like, yeah. Real good acting, Hagrid. He was also hanging around the dark parts of Diagon Alley, which, why were you down there, Hagrid? Pretty suspicious. He also later led the kids again to the Dark Forest, or the Forbidden Forest, and almost killed them indirectly when they were attacked by spiders, and also ended up leading them out there again, where they almost got killed by Hagrid's half-giant brother. And going back to Fluffy, it was Hagrid who originally leaked the secret of Fluffy, how to put Fluffy to sleep. He leaked it to a suspicious hooded guy in the pub, apparently, and this, of course, was Quirrell. And so he set it up perfectly where Quirrell Voldemort was able to get down there into that room, and also he gave the hint to Harry, Ron and Hermione so that they would also be able to go down there and they would be in the same room as Quirrell Voldemort. Also, on the day that Harry's parents died, Hagrid said that he got to the house to secure Harry before most of the Muggles even showed up. And I mean, the situation that night was that the killing curse backfired and damn near blew up half of the house. So it's like, how quickly would you expect muggles to react in that situation? Maybe like 15, 20 minutes, half an hour tops. And where did Hagrid live at this time? Well, Scotland, of course. He lived at Hogwarts. So you're telling me he got the news of, Voldemort's death, and he traveled from Hogwarts on his magical bike down to wherever the Potters were living in like less than an hour, less than half an hour probably. That all seems quite impossible, unless, of course, he was closer to the house at the time, because perhaps he was with Voldemort when the Potters were killed. And so he acts like Dexter turning up to a crime scene. And so if you want to read more about this theory, there is a huge post, which I will, as always, leave down below. It goes over every single book, listing out like all the tiny ways, all the tiny evidences for Voldemort, or sorry, Freudian slip, but for Hagrid being a Death Eater. And honestly, it sounded a bit ridiculous at first, but I am slowly becoming convinced of it. And there's also the theory that Hagrid willingly took the blame for, releasing the basilisk, as he was even then following Tom Riddle, and he didn't want Tom Riddle to be expelled, so he took the blame. Tom Riddle stayed in school, and yeah, it's not a totally serious theory, but it is absolutely fringe, absolutely nutty, and honestly, there's a fair amount of evidence for it. And finally, that is all we have time for. It must get really annoying swishing the wand back and forth. But this has been an incredibly fun iceberg and video to do. I always loved the Harry Potter series. The books, in my opinion, are way better than the films if you haven't read them already. But either way, whether you enjoy the films or the books, I hope you have enjoyed this video. There should still be the Halloween merch available if you want to go check it out. And of course, do all the jazz of subscribing, liking the video. But more importantly than all of that, remember to get some rest, drink some water, and as always, thanks for watching.